You will not be able to stay home, brother. You will not be able to plug in, turn on, and cop out. You will not be able to lose yourself on Skag and skip out for beer during commercials because the revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be brought to you by Xerox in 4 parts without commercial interruptions. The revolution will not show you pictures of Nixon blowing a bugle and leading a charge by John Mitchell, General Abrams, and Spyro Agnew to eat hog maws confiscated from a Harlem sanctuary. The revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be brought to you by the Schaefer Award Theater and will not star Natalie Woods and Steve McQueen or Bullwinkle and Julia. The revolution will not give your mouth sex appeal. The revolution will not get rid of the nubs. The revolution will not make you look 5 pounds thinner because the revolution will not be televised, brother. There will be no pictures of you and Willie Mae pushing that shopping cart down the block on the dead run or trying to slide that color TV into a stolen ambulance. NBC will not be able to predict the winner at 8:32 on report from 29 districts. The revolution will not be televised. There will be no pictures of pigs shooting down brothers on the instant replay. There will be no pictures of pigs shooting down brothers on the instant replay. There will be no pictures of Whitney Young being run out of Harlem on a rail with a brand new process. There will be no slow motion or still life of Roy Wilkins strolling through Watts in a red, black, and green liberation jumpsuit that he has been saving for just the proper occasion. Green Acres, Beverly Hillbillies, and Hooterville Junction will no longer be so damn relevant, and women will not care if Dick finally got down with Jane on Search for Tomorrow, because black people will be in the street looking for a brighter day. The revolution will not be televised. There will be no highlights on the 11 o'clock news and no pictures of Harry armed women liberationists and Jackie Onassis blowing her nose. The theme song will not be written by Jim Webb or Francis Scott Key, nor sung by Glenn Campbell, Tom Jones, Johnny Cash, Engelbert Humperdinck, or The Rare Earth. The revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be right back after a message about a white tornado, white lightning, or white people. You will not have to worry about a dove in your bedroom, the tiger in your tank, or the giant in your toilet bowl. The revolution will not go better with Coke. The revolution will not fight germs that may cause bad breath. The revolution will put you in the driver's seat. The revolution will not be televised, will not be televised, will not be televised, will not be televised. The revolution will be no rerun, brothers. The revolution will be live. You will not be able to stay home, brother. You will not be able to plug in, turn on, and cop out. You will not be able to lose yourself on Skag and skip out for beer during commercials because the revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be brought to you by Xerox in 4 parts without commercial interruptions. The revolution will not show you pictures of Nixon blowing a bugle and leading a charge by John Mitchell, General Abrams, and Spyro Agnew to eat hog maws confiscated from a Harlem sanctuary. The revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be brought to you by the Schaefer Award Theater and will not star Natalie Woods and Steve McQueen or Bullwinkle and Julia. The revolution will not give your mouth sex appeal. The revolution will not get rid of the nubs. The revolution will not make you look 5 pounds thinner because the revolution will not be televised, brother. There will be no pictures of you and Willie Mae pushing that shopping cart down the block on the dead run or trying to slide that color TV into a stolen ambulance. NBC will not be able to predict the winner at 8:32 on report from 29 districts. The revolution will not be televised. There will be no pictures of pigs shooting down brothers on the instant replay. There will be no pictures of pigs shooting down brothers on the instant replay. There will be no pictures of Whitney Young being run out of Harlem on a rail with a brand new process. There will be no slow motion or still life of Roy Wilkins strolling through Watts in a red, black, and green liberation jumpsuit that he has been saving for just the proper occasion. Green Acres, Beverly Hillbillies, and Hooterville Junction will no longer be so damn relevant, and women will not care if Dick finally got down with Jane on Search for Tomorrow, because black people will be in the street looking for a brighter day. The revolution will not be televised. There will be no highlights on the 11 o'clock news and no pictures of Harry armed women liberationists and Jackie Onassis blowing her nose. The theme song will not be written by Jim Webb or Francis Scott Key, nor sung by Glenn Campbell, Tom Jones, Johnny Cash, Engelbert Humperdinck, or The Rare Earth. The revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be right back after a message about a white tornado, white lightning, or white people. You will not have to worry about a dove in your bedroom, the tiger in your tank, or the giant in your toilet bowl. The revolution will not go better with coke. The revolution will not fight germs that may cause bad breath. The revolution will put you in the driver's seat. The revolution will not be televised, will not be televised, will not be televised, will not be televised. The revolution will be no rerun, brothers. The revolution will be live.
I'm talking about Shabaka going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman all day. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7 Omega. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Man makes them happy because man makes them strong. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
Greetings, Black family, greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. This is Grand Rising with Shabaka and the Chase, Season 10, Episode 21 of Grand Rising with Shabaka and the Chase in conjunction with the Frontline Black News. And we'll be discussing the Florida State University mass shooting and shooter that occurred yesterday, Thursday, April 17th, 2025. There was 2 people dead, 6 people injured. Then we got them folks had an epic meltdown when Karmelo Anthony was released on bail. Karmelo Anthony spokesperson details horrible anti-Black messages, and Karmelo's mother combats lies. Why is the media spreading lies about Karmelo? Why is the judge in the Karmelo case being threatened? And if we have time, the dump as a human shit, and we want to make that perfectly clear, drops 245% tariff on China. Burkina Faso Mali and Niger launched $833 million Confederal Bank, and then Over My Dead Body, no more free raw materials from Uganda. Sudan faces world's worst displacement crisis after 2 years of war. And are immigrants more successful than Black Americans? The air date of this program is Friday, April 18, 2025. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News, and links to all of our channels are in the description. I'm trying to start with Shabaka. Shabaka still ain't gotten here. So hopefully Shabaka joins us here shortly, our West Coast correspondent. Let's hop right into it. I'm going to start with the national news about this topic. So ABC World News.
American college campus, at least 2 people killed, several others wounded. Late today, what President Trump hinted about trade talks with China and a U.S. citizen accused of hijacking a small plane. First, the deadly shooting at Florida State University. At least 2 people killed, 6 others wounded. Shots fired. Good evening, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us on this busy Thursday night. I'm Lindsay Davis in for David. We begin with the deadly mass shooting on the campus of Florida State University in Tallahassee. Tonight, 2 people are dead, 6 wounded, and the alleged shooter is now in custody. Authorities say he's a student and the son of a longtime sheriff's deputy. Shots fired just before noon near the student union at the heart of the campus. An alert immediately went out. Law enforcement rushing in, the campus on lockdown, students told to shelter in place, officers tending to the injured and confronting the shooter, heavily armed officers securing the campus, clearing the buildings 1 classroom at a time. Students told to drop everything and go, walking away with their hands on their heads. Tonight, investigators and students alike are looking for answers. ABC's Faith Abube leads us off from the scene in Tallahassee.
Walk out this door.
Tonight, terrifying scenes of officers clearing classrooms at Florida State University. Students with their hands in the air after authorities say a student who is the son of a Leon County Sheriff's deputy opened fire, killing at least 2 people. Students and staff running from the student union building just before noon in the middle of the sprawling campus in Tallahassee. A chaotic scene at the school as local, state, and federal law enforcement agents race to the scene. Danielle Estridi telling our Terry Moran she saw injured students.
I did see at least one. The law enforcement had took that person out on a stretcher and laid them in the street until EMS showed up. There was one person across the way that seemed to get escorted in an office chair with wheels, and they got wheeled down to the street.
Armed officers clearing classrooms one by one.
Listen up real quick. We're trying to get all of you out of here in a timely manner. It's going to be a minute because there's a lot of you.
Holden Mamula describing seeing an officer with a gun.
It didn't feel real the entire time, and then it felt very real when I looked and saw an officer with an assault rifle, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is happening.
A music professor posting this image of the piano she used to barricade the door to her classroom.
I made sure I texted my mom and dad, made sure to let them know I was doing okay.
Luke Holgate is a freshman from Pennsylvania.
We were all just scared to death.
Law enforcement seen shackling the wounded suspect inside an ambulance, who authorities say is Phoenix Eichner, a 20-year-old student at FSU and the son of a sheriff's deputy.
The shooter is 20-year-old Phoenix Eichner, and he's the son of a Leon County Sheriff deputy. Our Deputy Eichner has been with the Leon County Sheriff's Office for over 18 years. Unfortunately, her son had access to one of her weapons, and that was one of the weapons that was found at the scene.
President Trump today briefed on the shooting.
It's a shame. It's a horrible thing, horrible that things like this take place.
According to the Gun Violence Archive, this is the 80th mass shooting so far this year, the 6th in Florida. And Lindsay, investigators say the suspect ignored repeated commands to drop his weapon, forcing them to shoot him. He's now in custody in the hospital, being treated for non-life-threatening injuries. He has refused to speak with investigators as they try to uncover what allegedly led him to this deadly rampage. Tonight, this campus is closed, and the victims are painfully waiting for some answers. Lindsay.
Another campus turned into a crime scene. Faith, thank you. President.
All right, so they're trying to paint this as a lone wolf situation, but we got details on this must. Yeah, he's a pig's child. Greetings, Shabaka, Grand Risings.
Hey, how you doing?
I just played the clip from ABC's World Tonight about the Florida shooter. I had a couple more clips I was going to play, and then Professor Black Truth is going to explain what the shooter is all about.
Okay.
I'll explain it to the audience. They do this shit every time around Hitler's birthday, which is 4/20.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So you talking about the cop's son in Florida who killed 2 people, right?
Yep.
Yeah. The police son. Yeah. Okay. All right.
So the next clip is from one of the fathers of one of the victims. One of the students' fathers that his daughter wasn't shot. So I'm gonna play that. Then they play on the video. Then Professor Black Truth is gonna give us the rundown on this suspected white supremacist shooter that shot up the university yesterday.
Okay. All right.
So, parents. Tallahassee dad, thankful his daughter's okay following yesterday's mass shooting at Florida State. Anxious time for parents.
Yeah, she apparently works at the school and was there during that shooting. The father was also supposed to be on campus. But, this is a situation that has just played out over and over again for the thousands of students who were on campus yesterday. News4Jax reporter Aaron Farrar is with us in the studio this morning. And Aaron, they were preparing this family to be a part of a concert at the school yesterday.
This is Dr. Arnett Moore, his daughter, Dr. Devin Moore. Devin was in her office at the College of Music during the shooting. Her father says for at least 4 hours, she was on lockdown in her own office. We do want to show you the website for Florida State. This is Devin's biography that's on the website right now. She's the assistant director of athletic bands at the school. She teaches several music education courses and conducts the university concert band. Arnett says he was able to keep in touch with Devin while she was on lockdown, which gave him some peace. He says Devin was preparing for a concert that was supposed to happen yesterday, and he was going to serve as a guest conductor at that same concert. The event was one of the several campus activities that were all canceled following that mass shooting.
In the scheme of things, it really pales in comparison to the kind of tragic loss that some people are experiencing right now. And I think that's the thing that I have to really look at, and that we're although we're disappointed in the fact that we didn't get a chance to have this event that we were both looking forward to, there are others whose disappointment runs so far greater than ours, and even with some of the survivors who right now are having to deal with the trauma of having to go through this. Their lives are never going to be the same.
Dr. Arnett Moore, he understands the fabric of the city and the makeup of the city. He's a longtime teacher, or was a longtime teacher in Tallahassee, now retired after more than 30 years in the classroom and as an administrator. He had a message of encouragement for his fellow Tallahasseans.
Florida State, you are resilient. Your campus is resilient. Unfortunately, you've seen things like this before, and you've rebounded from it before. And you will rebound from this again. Let's just keep our heads up. Let's keep our prayers going, because there are those that are certainly in need of our prayers right now. Our hearts go out to those who are grieving.
Got some prayers.
And we'll continue to hear more from Dr. Moore throughout the course of the morning, as well as we continue following everything that's gone on at Florida State. And of course, as Caleb mentioned, all campus activities are canceled through the rest of today.
Yeah, it's an anxious time for parents, for students, and, even for parents whose kids don't go to FSU. The doctor seems to have a solid, handling of things. And he says, basically, Aaron, it's a time for everybody to just come together.
Exactly. And one thing that is important to mention in all of that is because, yes, there is the focus on Florida State, but people need to remember that out in Tallahassee, there are other campuses, other college campuses that are right in that general area. There's Florida A&M University, as well as Tallahassee State College. So there are a lot of different college students who are all affected, and now they're all coming together to support their fellow students and those who are on the campus over at Florida State.
Yeah, no doubt, Aaron. You know, FSU, FAMU, all the universities, even the community colleges that are there, a lot of those families are reaching out. Thank you so much for bringing us that report.
Yeah, there was a shooting at FAMU, I think it was, or just right outside the FAMU campus in 2022. So they're familiar with it too. Yeah. School shootings becoming way, way too familiar.
This morning, we're monitoring new developments in yesterday's mass shooting at FSU. 2 people who were not students died. 6 other people were hurt. Investigators say 20-year-old Phoenix Eichner opened fire just before noon at the school's busy student union. And since then, people have been coming to campus to pay their respects at a growing memorial. Channel 9's Q McRae is live in Tallahassee for us this morning. And Q, people have been dropping off flowers all through the night.
That they have, and we've watched it happen firsthand. You know, we've been out here since around 3:30 this morning, and we've seen at least a dozen people walk up to this memorial here, dropping off flowers, candles, letters, and balloons in respect and to honor the people who passed away and people who are still recovering this morning. You know, we're talking about a tragic shooting here that left the campus community shaken. So let's take a look at what happened yesterday. Panic erupted at FSU's Tallahassee campus yesterday afternoon.
We were all just scared to death.
Students raised their hands as armed officers cleared classrooms one by one. Police said gunmen opened fire just before noon at the busy student union building.
Listen up real quick. We're trying to get all of you out of here in a timely manner. It's going to be a minute because there's a lot of you.
A music professor posted this image of a piano she used to barricade her classroom door.
It didn't feel real the entire time, and then it felt very real when I looked and saw an officer with an assault rifle, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is happening.
The alleged shooter, wounded and shackled, was taken away in an ambulance. Authorities identified him as 20-year-old Phoenix Eichner, a student and stepson of a Leon County Sheriff's deputy.
The shooter is 20-year-old Phoenix Eichner. Our Deputy Eichner has been with the Leon County Sheriff's Office for over 18 years. She has a tremendous job that she's done. Her service to this community has been exceptional.
Law enforcement sources confirmed this social media photo is Eichner. His alleged victims were rushed to the hospital. And as a result, classes have been canceled through Friday and athletic events are called off through the weekend. The response, though, from law enforcement was swift and crucial. In our next report coming up in 30 minutes, we'll show you how FSU police handled this situation and neutralized the threats. So that for now, that's the latest here live from FSU's campus. I'm Q McRae, Channel 9 Eyewitness News.
Yeah, what the fuck ever. You see how they try to paint the pig as, oh, she's so dedicated, but
Right.
this is happening. We can't believe it's happening because it's fucking around Hitler's birthday. So Professor Black Truth on this motherfucker.
And then notice of how they always pop up these black police chiefs with this bullshit. You see what I'm saying? That's the part that gets me. You see what I mean? And he ain't said nothing about her being taken into custody or what have you. But isn't it very strange they didn't kick his ass off the planet, don't you think?
They never kick him off the planet, Shabaka. They always go away in handcuffs or not at all. Like Daniel Penny, he didn't get arrested at all after choking.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's see.
But they always put them handpicked ones up there. You see what I mean? Yeah. And then also too, I just want to say here, on those who have followed me on my Facebook page, there's a song up there for Mary and Akiva. Once again, and I put up there for Elon Musk. And what it is people can take a look at it, and then just, inbox me and ask me what's the relationship to Elon Musk, and it's going to blow your mind.
Okay, Shabaka. So let's get the rundown on the suspected white supremacist that did the shooting, because the mainstream media is not going to tell us this. They're going to tell us, oh, he's just a lone wolf. We don't know why he did this and all of that bullshit. Just like they did with Dylan Roof, just like they did with Hermeter, who did that shooting down in Jacksonville 2 years ago. So let's see what the professor got for us about the suspected white supremacist.
Right. And then on top of it too, not to mention the fact.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. And now the Friday Crime Report. Tallahassee, Florida, Thursday, April 17th, 2025, 11:50 a.m. Yes, it has happened again. It was what has sadly become a typical day in America. Halfway through the day at Florida State University, gunfire rang out near the university campus's student union. The FSU alert system alerted staff and students on campus, and they were told to shelter in place because of an active shooter incident. First responders arrived on the scene quickly. Police must have found the shooter in short order. The Tallahassee police chief said that the suspect did not comply with commands from the officers, and he was shot by responding police. Fortunately for the killer, though, he wasn't black, so he was only wounded, taken in alive, and rushed off to a hospital. No word on whether the police took him to a Burger King first. The students who had been sheltering in place during this incident were eventually allowed to leave, with their hands up, of course, when it was obvious they were not the shooters, but that's how the police operate. Police recovered a shotgun and a handgun from the shooter, which is very important. Now, there were 6 people who were injured and at least 2 people who were killed. But the police are claiming that the deceased persons were not students. Now, again, people are wondering, how could this have happened? Why would someone do this? Why would they take innocent lives, harm several other people, threaten the lives of law enforcement? Well, thank God for the brave men and women of the police. After all, they didn't do anything to prevent this, and they were worthless in the aftermath, but they were there on the scene when the tragedy went down and probably getting paid overtime too, so that's all that really matters. The shooter has already been identified. I guess that must be because other people knew who he was, so the authorities couldn't keep his identity concealed. He's 20-year-old Phoenix Ickner. He is, or I guess it's safe to say was, a student at FSU, and like so many of these mass shooters from the dominant society, he has a direct connection to law enforcement. His mother is Jessica Ickner, an 18-year deputy with the Leon County Sheriff's Department. And the sheriff, as well as the Florida State University chief, have already confirmed that Deputy Ickner's son had used what had been her service weapon to commit this atrocity. The sheriff described the killer as being a long-standing member of the Leon County Sheriff's Office Youth Advisory Council, and said that this murderer had been engaged in a number of training programs that the Sheriff's Department has. Well, that being the case, we basically should be looking at this guy as being a de facto member of law enforcement. Because one thing's for sure, had this guy been killed, that's exactly how the white media and the Sheriff's Department would be talking about him. They'd be saying, basically, we had a guy who was one of us. You should look at him as being one of us. Police do a dangerous job every day. That's what they would be saying. So what you have here, by the sheriff's own admission, is a long-standing member of the Leon County Sheriff's Department who just carried out a mass shooting at a school, killing 2 people and injuring 6. That's what happened here. One of the Sheriff's Department's own did this. Gee, reminds you of Kyle Rittenhouse, doesn't it? Direct connections to the police, hanging out with the cops all the time, and then going out and committing a mass shooting. And we see the exact same result. Yet another mass shooter who predictably has a direct connection to the police, and yet we'll all be having to pretend as if we don't know that. The white media will certainly not point this out or point out how many times this happens. The white media is the propaganda arm of white supremacy, and the police are its enforcement arm, so of course one hand washes the other. Or should I say one hand wipes the blood off the other. Where did this guy get the idea that he could even do something like this? Who conditioned him to believe that he would be allowed to? His mother is a sheriff's deputy, and he himself has been doing training of some sort or another with the sheriff's department. So clearly the old boy network was grooming this guy to set up to be hired, because merit doesn't exist under white supremacy. It's all about who you know and what color you are. We also have to ask if perhaps this is another example of the Chris Rufo effect here, because you see, Ickner was also a political science major at FSU, and FSU News had spoken with him during a Tallahassee Students for Democratic Society protest that was taking place on that campus. Ichner reportedly told them, these people are usually pretty entertaining, usually not for good reasons. Ichner registered to vote as a Republican back in 2022, and on Instagram, his account included a Bible verse from Jeremiah 51:20. You are my war club, my weapon for battle. With you I shatter nations, with you I destroy kingdoms. That's how this guy thought of himself, huh? Some sort of club for God, God's weapon in battle. See, the thing about it is, when you have idiots like Chris Rufo who are being involved in these university campuses, this emboldens all of these little right-wing nuts to feel that, hey, we got some of ours in there who are encouraging us to go ahead and do whatever we want. And they've already passed laws saying that it's okay to hit people with our cars if they're doing a protest. So I'm sure they don't mind us killing them by other means, too. This is exactly what the stochastic terrorism of people like DeSantis and Rufo is meant to bring about. This is the result that they want. They want killings to be taking place, politically and racially motivated killings. That's what they want to encourage. This is not happening in spite of them. This is happening because of them. Constantly getting on television or on the internet and pushing these phony white victimhood narratives. It's meant to make these guys feel that they're getting a wink and a nod from the powers that be. So why not go ahead and do something? Now, is it rude of me to suggest that perhaps this guy's seeing his mother in a profession where the police are allowed to routinely kill unarmed black people and then have everyone from the white media to the politicians bending over backwards to make excuses for them? Is it possible that that's where he got the idea that he could do this from? Prosecutors, judges, the white media, they all make sure that whenever the police do something wrong, it's covered up, or if they can't cover it up, they immediately move to minimize it. That being the case, since this guy grew up his entire life with his mother as a sheriff's deputy, he probably thought that that kind of immunity from law already accrued to him in addition to his racial privilege. As far as he was concerned, why not decide that if you get up one morning and just want to feel like killing a bunch of people, why not do it? The father of one of the Parkland High School massacre victims said that some of the kids from Parkland were students at FSU, and as a result, they've now survived 2 mass shootings at a school. Florida has a permitless carry law, which is just more of the white right doing their performative extremism, because no matter how many of these conservatives relax the gun laws, they just don't seem enough to deter, much less stop these killers. So I'm thinking that the gun laws probably aren't the problem, but this is the same problem that the blue states have too. So what is it that America's political class is simply missing here? This country needs to have a serious conversation and then take serious action as to why this keeps happening. But that will never be allowed to occur because it would indict the dominant society and place restrictions on them. And that's not allowed. So they're continuing to offer up their own children on the altar of racial privilege. Now, times like these, moron DeSantis needs to be held accountable. He and that putrid gang of scumbags that he calls the legislature down there are responsible for this. He should have been prosecuted already for instigating and bringing about the mass murder of black citizens in Jacksonville. And it's been the refusal of these so-called leaders to admit to the reality of the culture of mass shooters and to deal with them effectively. Because you can bet that if the Phoenix Ichners and the Nicholas Cruzes were black, they would already have a plan in place. They'd have round-the-clock surveillance. There'd be over-policing and telling everybody, well, this is just the price that needs to be paid because these niggers need to be kept in line. Anything for public safety. Yeah, as long as you're the right color. Now, who wants to lay odds that when this guy finally gets brought to court, his legal strategy is going to hinge on the same thing it always does? There's going to be some sort of pathetic argument made that this guy had some sort of mental issue. And of course, the white media will immediately break out the sad violins for him. They'll be making it a point to talk to his friends, neighbors, people from his church, if he went to church, anyone and everyone to say what a good boy that he was. Why, they'll even have the police out there saying, hey, we didn't have any problems with him. Sure, he was minding his manners right up until the moment he started slaughtering people. That's what they'll be doing. And they'll be making sure to have a bunch of pointy-headed experts who will be white-splaining that, well, these are all very complex things that happen. It's very intricate, you see, very complex, these shootings. Yeah, when you're not talking about a black person, it's always complex. The dominant society two-step is going to take place like it always does. This latest tragedy will be allowed to fall down the memory hole, or rather it's going to be thrown down the memory hole, just long enough, though, to make room for the next atrocity. And even though Florida schools have become a shooting gallery, it won't matter, because not interfering with the movements and activities of those classified as white is how white power bestows tangible benefits on its members. White power is not just suicidal, it's insane. because that's what doing the same thing over and over again is. But the other part of that saying is doing the same thing over and over, hoping for a different result. And while there's plenty of people who hope and pray that this carnage stops, the question is, do the people who are in charge in the society really care? Do they actually want it to stop? Or do they just pretend to for the cameras and then go back to business as usual? America doesn't have a gun problem so much as it has a culture of racial immunity problem. And that being the case, since this society has made the cold decision that it's not going to address it, sadly, the kids in college, just like the ones in high schools and middle schools, are going to have to add a new course to the curriculum, Active Shooter 101. And the only passing grade is survival. And that's this week's Friday Crime Report. Keep your eyes open and stay on alert, because there's a lot worse criminals out there than the ones the white corporate media chooses to show you. Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Suleiman Alaji, Devin Goodwin, G. Mars, Anthony Pollard, and Antonio Daniels. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on Mr. Phoenix here for the
okay.
Florida?
Okay, well,
the Panties.
So I want to know what Governor DePantis has to say about this, number one. Second of all, too, is this individual eligible for the death penalty? Plus that, like you said, Hitler's birthday is coming up as well, right? Yep. Okay, so there is definitely a trend going on there, not to mention of what's happening with the Karmelo Anthony case down there in great state, Texas. Governor Rolaids. Okay.
We're getting to next.
Yes, sir. Is because what it is, there's a bunch of hatred going over the internet. You know, once again, I've been called all kind of niggas, black sons of bitches, and stuff of that nature there. And I probably should have cleared it with you. And I really would have loved to have had some of the people on there talk about that. So who knows, man? Give me a call later on today. We might could do a special on it, is because it's definitely tainted with a bunch of racism. So people is telling me, well, Shabaka, you black son of a bitch, you know what I'm saying, is that you're a racist and all that. I said, look, go talk that bullshit to Governor Rolaids, you know what I'm saying, number one. Go talk to Ted Cruz, okay? Go speak your house to your house niggas down there, because they had a coon up there that says, well, you know, a lot of black people are not gonna like what I'm gonna say. You see, now I'm really the anti-FBA on this one, and I stand my ground on that, and I'm letting it be known now. For the simple fact, this nigga gets up here and says, and well, you know, Karmelo Anthony is a thug, you know, the poor white guy, you know, he was in the tent on the track meet, you know what I'm saying? And they told him
something that you are. That don't make no sense, Shabaka. And do you even
say
know
that again?
How you gonna be anti something that you are? That's your lineage, Shabaka, like it or not.
Okay, Brother Che. Okay.
You know what to do with FBA.
We already had this discussion, Brother Che, but please hear me out. This is very, very important, is because, see, there was crumb bombing on all black people. And then, too, there's another story I'm unveiling that Trump is deporting black people. You know what I'm saying?
Not deporting black people, Shabaka. That's a lie. We already debunked that. But all right.
No, but just hear me out, okay? All right, so anyway, white America, once again, is talking about, you know, you black thugs and things of this nature right there. They're also lying, saying that the family has gotten out of these millions of dollars from a GoFundMe page, and they've been staying in the same house, driving the same cars for at least the last 15 years, number one. Okay. Two is, all right, is that they're saying that he should not have had a knife on him and all this stuff. But to find out that these dudes had a history and they were always bullying the young brother, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. And then to find out they talking this stuff, well, he was under opposing high school team's tent or whatever to find out it was not a scholastic track meet. It was a community track meet. So therefore, this tent should have been open to everybody, plus that it was raining. Plus they took the man's phone. That's robbery. That's in his presence. Okay, number one. Now, two is that
exactly.
And then two is that they had their coon up there, you know what I'm saying, and who don't see color and all that type of shit. Negroes like that who don't see color, sir, they are a threat to you. They are a threat to me.
Shabaka, the main ones that do that shit are tetherists. But you leave that.
No, this wasn't a tether. No, this dude here saying this here, Brother Che, and I'm gonna get the clip and send it to you. This dude wasn't no tether. He called himself.
You don't know what his lineage is. You don't know what his lineage is. He could have been a Caribbean. He could have been an African. He could have been.
No. This dude here is from the state of Texas himself, Brother Che.
Somebody's from the state of Texas don't mean they're not a tether. We got Jasmine Crockett shit. The jury's still out on if she's a tether or not. You got Sheldon Daniels. Hold on, Shabaka. You got Sheldon Daniels down there. We don't even know if he's a tether or not. So no.
Sheldon Daniels. Okay. Re-enlighten me on Sheldon Daniels, because I'm got so many notes on this stuff. It's pathetic.
That's the one that's running against Jasmine Crockett shit. Down there, he didn't support reparations. So the jury's still out on him on if he's even FBA at all any damn way.
Okay, but anyway, though, Brother Che, I'm done voting. You know what I'm saying? And you know who I'll vote for. You know, if I ever vote again. Okay, but the point is, what I'm just saying, though, is this, okay, is that all this division that we're having within the Black community.
Ain't no division, Shabaka. It's either house niggas versus field niggas. That's the only division. That goes that goes for nationally, and that goes for internationally. You have a whole tether class that is speaking on our behalf. They do not speak for us. The writers in the diaspora are not speaking out against these tethers. They're letting them run amok. Just like we check our Jesse Lee Petersons and our Uncle Larry Elders and our Tim Scotts and our Corey Bussies. They're not They're not checking their
stomach. Why are you turning my stomach this morning, man, with them Uncle Remus Yassa bosses, man? Wow. Okay, now, but the point is, though, is this. Them white folks in the great state of Texas, okay, when young man's mother was giving a press conference talking about all the death threats that her and her family have received, right? Mm-hmm. The white boy's daddy shows up at the event, okay, and he's getting up there talking about all these colleges is dangerous and stuff like that. And I've been going back and forth on Facebook.
The audacity, Shabaka. He's a fucking sex offender. He's a guy.
He was a what?
Offender. The dad.
Who is that? The boy's daddy. The white boy's daddy is a sex offender.
Yes, Shabaka. He was charged with sexual assault some years back. Yes, Shabaka. We got receipts on all these mugs. That's why I'm like, it's all on FBA. It's not just FBA. It's the whole diaspora. They're not checking their coons. They're not checking their tethers. And these tethers are running amok. And they're not being...
Well, only thing I can say about this here, Brother Che, your generation, man, you all got your plates full for real, man. You know what I'm saying? Is because I'm just looking at the hatred that's coming in there. They're coming at hatred with me, and you know how I get down. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not going to respond to it today, man, because I don't want them to tear down my page. You see what I mean? And they damn sure is trying, you see. So therefore, when I mentioned to them, man, about all the lynchings that they did, man, and then also to the civil rights era and things of this nature right here. Well, Shabaka, that's the problem with you damn black folks. Y'all always blame everything on slavery, and then of course you see my avatar up there, so they're gonna tell me fuck you and fuck reparations, and I says, well, I'm still gonna keep it up in your face, you know what I'm saying? It's a desk that old. And then a house Negro who gets up there and says that Karmelo deserves a life sentence and stuff like that. Okay, Negroes like that, man, are dangerous. You see, boy, I wish Harriet Tubman was still here. Boy, she would have a full load of work to do, man. You know that's insane. You see what I mean? Now, getting back to, and I'm just gonna say this here briefly, you know, to stay on topic. Now, up on my wall, you could go look at it. It's a song by Miriam Makeba, once again, Sister Miriam Makeba. And I put up there that this is dedicated to Elon Musk, okay? It's because what it is, Miriam Makeba had a song on there talking about our people who is going down there in them what the hell is that? Them diamond mines and them gold mines and what have you. And Musk's family, before Musk was born, was capitalizing off of that. And I think she sings it in Zulu, I think.
Shabaka, we already went over Elon Musk's history. So we are.
No, but it's the song, Brother Paris, that she made back in the 1960s, talking about the misery of our people going down there into the diamond mines, and Musk has been capitalizing off of that. And this is why I appreciate the president in Namibia on those visas, you see, saying that they got to have their visas right to go to the US of A, then we're going to make sure that they got their visas right here. You say, but I'm done with all ass scratchers and yassa bosses, regardless of the planet of where they come from. Them Negroes don't speak for me.
I agree, Shabaka. So we can't just paint them all with one broad brush, Shabaka. It's not just FBA that has coons and raccoons. It's the whole diaspora that has coons and raccoons and neocolonialism.
Okay, all right. Well, that's neocolonialism, Brother Che. You know, that's the colonialism and the neocolonialism. You see what I mean?
All right, so moving along, we got Karmelo Anthony situation down in Frisco, Texas. Down there.
And please play his mother's statement that she made.
I'm gonna get to that first. I'm gonna get to that, Shabaka, but first, these folks are having an epic meltdown, as you already described. So we're gonna go over, then we're gonna play what the family said, and then discuss that. So I'm gonna play
and I want to see if my Facebook page is still up, man. It's because I've been going back and forth with these chumps. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So they mad.
Just ridiculous.
They are big mad.
Now, as we know, our brother Karmelo Anthony came home. He was released on bail. Yesterday the judge had reduced his bond from $1 million to $250,000. That means his bond was only $25,000. Our brother walked out the courtroom yesterday, and we had touched on that on our live stream on AD&C. But oh boy,
so there's this tether named Wallow. We don't know if he's a tether or FBA, but he said he don't support black businesses. I'm gonna cover that tomorrow on the front line. Black News Mac 285.
Okay, I think I've seen this. This Wallow fool.
Yeah, I'm tired of these coons. Me too.
Yeah, Mac 285 is like I'm gonna keep saying, man, and I'm gonna keep saying this here all the way to my demise, man. Like, take what is useful, leave what is useless. You know what I'm saying? Okay, but the way how this shit is standing up, man, the way how they dealing with this Karmelo situation and what have you, they saying is pretty much is that the brother was supposed to stand there and allow himself to be bullied. You see what I'm saying? And what had happened was, the white boy fucked around and he found out. You see what I mean?
Exactly. So now they big mad that we were able to get him out of jail. And they lying, talking about his family using the GoFundMe to buy a new house and a new car.
Yeah, and they ain't spent a dime. They ain't got a dime. They've been in the same house for 20 years. They had the same vehicles, man, about for the last 5 to 10 years. You see what I mean? And then Karmelo, he's a good student and what have you. And then what I'm going to do after you show the clip, man, I'm going to read some of this shit that they're telling me if it's still if they ain't tore down my damn page yet.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
The usual suspects, they are so mad. They are so mad. Upset because how dare a black person get to do the exact same thing they got to do. So let's go on and look at what the usual suspects had to say. Good old Charlie Kirk's page. Karmelo Anthony brutally murdered Austin Metcalf, and the support for him in the black community is growing. Murdering a white kid in cold blood seems acceptable to some. Yeah, you was the same guy that was parading freaking Kyle Rittenhouse.
Right.
You were supporting Daniel Penny. So you the last person that need to be saying something. Let's look at the crying. Black privilege, the ability to break any law in society and still remain the victim. Karmelo Anthony was the victim. He was being attacked, right? One person say, Mr. Jason Epstein down there, he said, I thought you were about facts and fairness. And if you look at it here, it says, then Austin told this male that since he did not go to memorial, he had to leave the tent. Austin and the male went back and forth. And then Austin, this come to police report, Austin stood up and pushed the male to get him out of the tent. Austin is the aggressor. Austin is the one that was being a violent thug.
Right.
Okay? It was Austin. He said at the time of arguing, the male was reaching around in his bag he had. It was at the time the male took out the knife and stabbed Austin and then left the scene. This all remembered, we say, when he had talked to me. So Austin was the aggressor. But like I said before, ladies and gentlemen, we can't defend ourselves. They should be able to push us, punch us, do whatever we want. We're supposed to sit there and just take it. Now, look at this other down here. Karmelo Anthony's family is now buying a new home from the money they got from black supporters. There's no proof of that.
No,
seems like white people in this country can get you paid. Let that sink in. Daniel Penny got $3.3 million for taking the life of a black
homeless
child.
Man.
I mean, young black man. I'm sorry, young black man, Jordan Neely. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So they doing all they means. We have white men still in jail with drug addicted, a thug who died from a drug overdose. This kid murdered a white kid in cold blood in front of witnesses. Where are the protests? I don't know. Where are they? Show up.
Right.
Like Darnell say, innocent to proven guilty. They sitting up here. I don't know why they got the chair, but that's kind of funny about the chair, right? So he murdered someone. It saying gets released, and the family used the 401k legal defense fund to buy a new house. It say got it. That's your black and brown coalition right there. The one was make sure to show that. He say it's easy to hate black people like this. Y'all been hating us,
right?
They say majority of black people are deeply racist, but slavery and past efforts to separate them from the rest of society isn't the source. Black Americans are parallel culture that resents a common culture for its habits, expectations, and they don't just say resent. Let me see. Hold on. White people, Jews, Asians, Hispanics, and who are white, and all hate a significant portion of the black population. So as you can see, they're whining. This will turn into a George Floyd level black activism movement. You know, the fake pictures out here. I just want white hatred runs deep in this country. I just wanted y'all to see all the whining and crying before I get up on the screen. This is how you got down.
Yep.
You set this precedent.
Yep.
All that you're saying, you're projecting. Nobody said anything. All thing the black community is saying is we're not going to have two tiers system of justice. It's not going to be, well, you can defend yourself if you're a white person, but you defend yourself as a black person, you go to prison. We're not going to have that.
Right.
No, we're not going to lay down and sit here and let you have this white privilege and we say nothing about it. We're not gonna sit up here and watch you raise $3.3 million for Daniel Penny. Watch you raise money for George Zimmerman.
Yeah.
Watch you raise money for Kyle Rittenhouse.
Yeah.
Y'all supporting them. Y'all paraded them around. Y'all did all that with these people. Yeah. But when a brother was truly defending himself, now all of a sudden it's a problem. Oh my God, they hate white people. No, you hate black people. And you've been hating black people from the day you laid eyes on us. Yeah. And that's proof of how you have treated black people. You understand? And any other freedom that we have received, we fought for that freedom. We bled for it.
That's right.
You didn't say, you know what? It isn't right how we're treating black people. Let's go on and just do right by black people. No, black people made you do right by them. And just like black people not going to sit here and let you have no two system of justice in this country. A black judge who's actually a conservative who was appointed by a conservative governor at the time. Oh, she's DEI. We can't have DEI in the Republican Party. You know, DEI, that's a code word for black, right? But this is the deal about the Republican Party. Even Trump knew this. Trump knows that he can't just depend on y'all anymore to win elections. If Trump just went full Klan in the last election, Kamala Harris would be the president right now. If Trump went full Klan, if J.D. Vance went full Klan, Kamala Harris would be the president. Why do you think Trump was reaching out to black men in particular? Yeah. He knows he could not really win elections. That's the way the Republican Party is now. The Republican Party going to have to accept some DEI or they won't win elections. The Democrats will win them all. See, y'all becoming a minority. You understand? So y'all going to have to start moving different. The children that's under 18 years old right now, y'all a minority. And I know that that's the nightmare scenario for a lot of you. I know that. Oh, well, we've been a minority for a very long time. What's wrong with being a minority, right? You worry about being a minority because you're thinking about what you have done to FBAs. That's what you worried about. And you worried in the back of your mind, if the FBAs get in position of majority, if the FBAs start having the same degree of power that we have had, the FBAs is going to enact vengeance on us for what we've done to the FBAs. And then what I say about that is FBA's not even talking like that. That's you and how you would get down. And that's what keeps you up at night when you see these birth rates.
Yep.
That's what you worry about. And you also know them immigrants too. Them immigrants gonna side with whatever side that's gonna benefit them.
Yep.
They side with you for right now because it's gonna benefit them. If the FBAs got in greater number and had more power, the immigrants would side with us. These immigrants, once they left their homeland, they are not loyal. They're only loyal to what benefits them.
Exactly.
Now, you can try to get all the immigrants out you want to. You get some out. And I'm not even tripping on you getting them out. But realistically, you let so many in, you can't get them out. And the more and more y'all squeeze those immigrants, they're going to start looking funny. They're going to say, wait a minute, hold on. Why are we even trying to side with these people? Look how they're treating us. Right? So it's you just setting yourself up to be isolated. And even the immigrants may not even mess with you. The route you're going. But we don't want to hear that crying. We want to see Karmelo Anthony be set free, no charges, and we want to see Karmelo Anthony live a great life. That's what we want to see. And if somebody want to give, or the community want to give Karmelo Anthony's family $3 million, then so be it.
Right.
That's our business. Why are you worried?
Exactly.
What black folks doing with our money? That's your problem. We ain't your slave no more. You don't tell us what to do with our money or anything else we got going on.
Right.
If y'all can give Daniel Penny money, then we can give Karmelo Anthony money. It's just that simple.
That's right, Uncle Phil.
Innocents are proven guilty, right? That's what y'all say.
Yeah, that's what they
Let the facts come out in the case. Why are you trying to just indict him already? That's what you say, and we say the same thing. Karmelo Anthony is innocent of proven guilty, but he defended himself. Remember, Austin is the one that became the aggressor and pushed him.
Yep.
If Austin would have kept his little gnarly hands to himself, and we got a school administrator or the police officer, somebody to go intervene in that situation, Austin would be here right now. This wouldn't even be a story. But a lot of you think that you can just put your hand on black folks, do whatever you want, and think it's not going to be a consequence. Listen, I'm going to tell you right now, FBA's not the one.
Right.
Now, you can go to them African countries and Caribbean countries and go do what you want to do to them over there. And they go like, yeah, FBA's not. That's why we said about them boards from South Africa. You come over here if you want to, thinking you're going to do to us what you do in what you get away with in South Africa. You're going to have something else waiting on you.
Man, these niggas ain't gonna do shit.
It is our God-given right.
Fucking boys
to
come
defend
over here, man, and get them
Not start
motherfuckers
nothing,
automatic weapons.
not be an aggressor.
To kill us,
Shabaka, what the fuck they doing over in Xania? You talking all this shit about what we gonna do over here? What the fuck they doing over there? They allowing 10% of the population to control 90% of the resources over there. Control 90% of the land. Them living in
Brother Check. Okay, Brother Check. Once again, man, the neo-colonialists. You see, the neo-colonialists, because see, they know that they got us divided all over this planet.
Shabaka, no. They don't have no fighting spirit. That's what it is. That's why they allow.
Probably no, but what it is though, Brother Check, to prove your point even further, they broke it. You see, they broke the fighting spirit on the continent and here in the USFA, just like how you had pointed out, what you were right about how they wouldn't kill the black pastor over there, man, in Kenya because he said that Jesus was black.
Well, they didn't kill him, but they tried to stone him to death. It's about
you see,
kill our warrior spirit. They haven't killed our warrior spirit over here. That's the problem. That's the thing, Shabaka. They can't kill our spirits over here. We don't know the shit that they allow over there. We don't allow over here, Shabaka. We just don't. The only reason why there's a civil rights movement, a black empowerment movement, any of that is because of FBA, not because of diasporic Africans, not because of Africans on the continent. It's because of FBA. We are the ones that's been leading the charge on liberation and freedom.
Okay, Brother Check.
Globally.
What it's going to boil down to, brother, I'm telling you, man, please listen to an old guy. What it's going to boil down to, man, we're going to have to defend ourselves on a worldwide basis. You see what I'm saying? Because all these motherfuckers out here talking this shit. Oh, man, I'm an American. I'm Uncle Sambo, man. They don't give a fuck, man. They're going to kill us, period. They want to keep us divided. Look who they got in office, who's running up there unimpugned, 34-count convicted felon being the president, man. Come on, man.
Shabaka, you act like we wasn't divided under Biden. This is the stuff that we
of course we were, Brother Che. And the point is, what I'm saying is they're always keeping us divided.
And no, we didn't start this division, Shabaka. So no, you're not gonna get away with that one. We didn't start this division. No, your generation welcomed these people in with welcome arms. Said, "Come on in. We all brothers in the struggle. We all Africans in the struggle. All of that." They let a bunch of damn tethers in, Shabaka, and these tethers have been running unchecked for 20, 60 years.
Okay, and then not to mention, man, but also too was fueled by the counterintelligence program as well too.
The counterintelligence program is who brought us to Pan-Africanism in the first place, Shabaka.
Okay, but what I'm just saying, Brother Che, is that
African American shit. That wasn't us. That wasn't us.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. And this is for you too, twin. When it comes down to it, when it comes down to it, and I hope I'm wrong about it, when all these white folks decide to go out there and kill black people, period, well, that force us come together, or we just going to have a bunch of Uncle Sambos talking about, oh, I'm an American, why are you killing me? Answer me that one.
Shabaka.
No, please answer my question directly, please. I'm asking you a straight question.
When it comes to killing us, they already killing us, Shabaka. What do you mean?
I know that, Brother Che, but I'm talking about when they go all out in mass. You see, because they're already setting the stage for it. They're already setting the stage for it.
Shabaka, every day, just about every day, every week, there's a killing of us in this country. So what I'm saying is nothing because it's already happening. It's been happening. No matter who the hell the president is, it's been happening. For as long as you've been living, Shabaka, it's been happening.
Longer than that, longer than that. Just like what they did with Nat Turner,
Yeah, we're going out with
Yeah.
We're not,
well, Mac 285, you see what I'm saying? Yeah, that's a very, very real possibility. Now, if we can quit killing each other, you see what I'm saying, is because that same brother who you up there killing and what have you might be the one to watch your back, because these crackers are serious, Brother Che, and they ain't bullshitting. It's because you told me this yourself. Yeah. Because they're what is that there you said, man, is that their population is going real scarce, so they coming up to us, you know, the house niggas, oh, we'll protect white and all that, because as you said, they evaporated. You see what I mean? This is why these Beckies want to lay down with black men. This is why these bed wenches, they want them to lay down with white boys and all this. You see? But I mean, Karmelo did the right thing. He preserved himself because he had problems with these fools before. So then when his mother was giving a press conference, he shows up. I don't think they let him speak, but what did he show up for? They say, what did he show up for? And I'm trying to pull up some of this bullshit, Brother Che, this hate mail I've been getting. So please continue, man. And when I come across it, you know, I'll read it. And I'm surprised they got my damn page still up, you know?
But it's our God-given right to defend ourselves from harm. That's right. Every human being, every animal have a right to defend themselves from someone trying to harm them. And if you are upset about that because you think that because of your skin color, you should be able to harm whoever you want with no consequences. Listen, let me tell you something, folks. The whole world is getting tired of you. The whole world is saying, listen, we're not going to be bullied no more by you. We're not going to put up with your crap. The countries now are starting to say, you know what? You can't come in here with visa free no more. We're tired of it. We can't go to your country. No, now we're putting visas. Listen, the world's getting tired of you. The whole world is looking at this case. The whole world saw Kyle Rittenhouse. The whole world saw Daniel Penny. The whole world saw George Zimmerman and the way y'all acted. And now with Karmelo Anthony, look at the way you acting. You exposing yourself before the world. The world sees your hypocrisy. But you don't care because, you know, a lot of you just, you know, Donald Trump said he loved uneducated people. And we know, statistically speaking, there's a lot of uneducated people within the folks community. And they pride themselves on that. But
so today we finally hear from Karmelo Anthony's family. With everything that has been going on with this case, there are a lot of rumors and things that have been spread that are false. So they came forward today to clear up some of those things, from GoFundMe's, buying mansions, spending money on new cars, and so much more. I can't say if what happened between the boys on that day at the track meet was due to racism. But I can tell you that since this has happened, that America has not failed to show you how racist it is, and all of the things that have taken place since then, all the lies that people have said, and this outrage from white people who seem to not have any of this outrage when we look at the cases that are in reverse.
Yeah, those are your fellow Americans right there,
taking the lives of black people. Then
look
they're
at these sinister looking ass motherfuckers. So those are your fellow Americans.
No, those ain't my goddamn fellow Americans, Shabaka. Hell no. Hell no. Those are immigrants, just like the illegal immigrants that's here now. Those are the original illegal immigrants. So nah, I'm not gonna let you get away with that one. Nah, they're not Americans. They're a bunch of goddamn colonizers. That's like calling a Boer a South African. No, they're not African. They are Boers. We are dealing with the United States version of a Boer. They're not Americans. We the true Americans. But I'm gonna let it continue.
Yeah, okay, brother. Okay.
That said, I'm going to play this press conference, and you guys can hear from the family all of the lies and the rumors that have been spread about what is going on with the funds and things that you are hearing online.
I want to start off this press conference to say something as a deep note that I can tell America. What we seen at the beginning of this press conference, the father being at this press conference, these are my words, don't quote anybody, is a disrespect to the dignity of his son. Next Generation Action Network from the beginning has respected the loss of life. No matter our opinion of it, we have.
Yeah, okay, Matt 285.
Close. We have not attacked. We have not shared the information that was shared with us about Austin Metcalf, because we respect the dignity of life and loss.
Yeah, Austin Metcalf, your fellow American.
I would not attack a grieving family, even if I disagree with them. When I have stood before this podium for people who have died at the hands of law enforcement, I have asked for that same.
Yeah, once again, your fellow Americans.
And even when the shoe is on the other foot, I will not do that.
They're not American.
And all I'm going to say, so it don't be asked later, is that was disrespectful and just shows you all the character who is not invited. He knows that it's inappropriate to be near this family, but he did it. And so I say to people, actions speak louder than words. Okay? What he has failed into is the political operatives that want to make this thing a political thing of hate, yet bigotry, and yet racism. We have conservative operatives that have been posting nonstop about this case. It is outright disrespectful. We haven't been doing it. The Next Generation Action Network has been here, popular and unpopular. So regardless of what's going on, that was disrespectful. Disrespectful. And I will leave it to y'all to define it. But of course we want to. Y'all, I'm Minister Dominique Alexander. I serve as the president of the Next Generation Action Network. Today I come before you with a heavy heart, but determined in spirit, not just as an advocate, but as a Black man, as a father, as a protector, community, and children. There are 4 critical points I must address today, and I want to make sure that the public and the media and everyone who believes in truth and justice. First, the misinformation about the fund. From the very beginning, there was an intentional disinformation surrounding the fund created in the support of the Anthony family. The Karmelo Anthony Fund, hosted by Give, Send, Go, let's be clear, the family has not received one dime. Any of the media could have verified this, but we saw on Twitter, we saw on Facebook, and so many different things of the false, lavish life of this family. $800,000 home, purchase Escalade, in private security. Let me make this very clear. The Next Generation Action Network has always had its security detail. Many of you that know us in the Dallas and Fort Worth media know that we have our own security detail. One of the individuals that escorted Karmelo Anthony out of jail is here present with us now. They are a part of the Next Generation Action Network security team. The family hasn't hired any private contractors
I got hate mail.
Or splurged or whatever.
I'll read it in a minute.
If they have the audacity to spend money for their safety and security, that's their prerogative. The family has not withdrawn, and just until recently, just yesterday, they were officially notified by Give, Send, Go that they could start the withdrawal process. But if anybody know about this process, they know that that takes about 2 to 3 days to withdraw from that and actually hit any account. But this blatant propaganda wasn't just about the fund. It was to discourage the public from giving to the fund. That's what this was about. Because just like TMZ was able to call, give, send, go, everybody in the media, in these news outlets that I've never heard before.
What did you tell me about TMZ Che on Hollywood
When I first called
Boulevard?
Give, Send, Glow, they gave me every information that I needed. Okay? So
Yeah,
that's
you said,
what
run,
I'm
man,
gonna say
run,
in
get
regards
out
to
of
that.
there.
Let me
So
make
I
this
bum
very
rushed
clear.
it up out of there.
This family
Shabaka,
never
get out
authorized
of
a
there.
single fund on the GoFundMe platform. All of the funds that were raised on the GoFundMe were all fraud. Yeah, I got you. All of the funds that was raised on that platform were fraud, okay? The family was the first to report these funds. One of the funds we identified raised up to $11,000. So a post about anything that stated that GoFundMe took everything down regarding Karmelo Anthony, that was at the request of the families and their supporters. This family never tried to create an account on GoFundMe. The Next Generation Action Network is very
Why am
well
I not
aware of
surprised?
the company's policy regarding raising funds for legal defense. Okay? Since this tragedy unfolded, the Anthony family has been subject to unimaginable amount of hate, racism, threats to their safety.
The father and the mother.
People have sat outside their house.
Are they lock and loaded?
Objects delivered to their door.
Yeah.
Publicly harassed, online and in person. This is not just about Karmelo.
But they're Americans, right?
It's about the family who dared to stand and demand justice.
Yes.
In a return and receive ugliness that racism in this country still breeds. But let me say this.
Man, the goddamn country was built on racism, man. Come
we
on.
are not scared. We are not moving.
He's not.
We will not be silent.
But he's telling you, like, these people cannot be speaking for us.
What I've always said as president of the Next Generation Action Network, we will never ask the oppressor for permission to liberate our people. We will not ask for permission to stand up for the rights of our children. The Next Generation Action Network has stood on both sides of the fence
on the next generation
in ensuring that justice is served.
Organization.
Now getting to the information that the Next Generation Action Network wanted to share with the public today. And I will go ahead and pass it over to the mother and once I make this statement, okay? All right. There's two more final. For the last week and a half, the Next Generation Action Network has engaged in communications with Frisco ISD to ensure that Karmelo Anthony's due process is not violated. We know that in the state of Texas, there are things that are discretionary things and decisions by the leadership of Frisco ISD, right? There are clear guidance in the state and education code regarding expulsion of a student. We have asked several times, we didn't just rush, we have had these conversations over the last several days. And we have stated that it is just outright wrong to get involved in this. Karmelo Anthony doesn't have to
We shall overcome.
He doesn't have to involve in
We shall overcome.
But Karmelo Anthony is a 3.7 GPA.
Pow, ping, and the nightstick glides gracefully upside your head.
With graduate, okay? We've asked that Frisco do not make a decision in this situation. But Frisco ISD has notified of their intent to expel Karmelo Anthony from school 1 month before his high school graduation. That just shows me that Frisco ISD is trying to push off the blame. And what I have not heard the media say, as many media outlets have asked us what went on, I'm trying to find how many of y'all have asked the superintendent or one single board of trustee, why didn't you cancel or postpone? With weather in that magnitude, you couldn't have a track meet in rain or thunderstorm or clouds. Y'all are the media. Ask your journalists, your weather journalists, how the weather was that day and that time. Y'all do that research. Because as a person who is the administrator of your children, you are responsible for the safety of the children. And so it seems as if Frisco ISD is trying to push this off by making this decision that they do not have to make. So the Next Generation Action Network, outside of the legal process, will be going through different avenues regarding to ensure that we fight for the rights of Karmelo Anthony. Okay? So in the next coming days, we will be announcing to the public. We will do direct action outside of Frisco ISD administration office because this is outright wrong. You are getting involved in a process that even the legal process has asked us to respect. And we're asking you to do that same thing. You do not have to get involved in this situation. But it seems that even with us going and meeting or having conversations, they have made their mind up. And we want to make sure that the records, that we talk truth to power in regards. I wanted to lay this out to ensure, because of the sensitivity of this case, there are so many moving factors that I have to explain so that this family does not have to explain. Let me say this about the 4th, and let me repeat this so that you guys can go to the Frisco Police Department. The reason why the family or me or anybody with direct knowledge of this cannot talk about the particulars of what happened in that tent, I know you know this is all law, is because if anybody tell you there was an adult near or inside or whatever, this current investigation knows nothing about that. Everybody involved at this point of our knowledge are minors. In the state of Texas, you know we cannot release or talk about minors. So stop asking us the question. Stop. It's no. We can't even do it if we wanted to. Okay? We can't talk about it. So don't ask. There is a court of law that will express everything, will lay out everything. We can't talk about it if we wanted to. Okay? So make it clear. Go back, confirm with Frisco Police Department. Go back, confirm with the district attorney. Even in the bond hearing, you didn't see a single thing said about people that was indirect. They're minors. Okay? So stop. The social media, stop. I haven't saw not one person single-handedly get this right in the public. They're minors, y'all. Just stop. We can't. Don't send another inquiry to NGAN inbox, do this, all of that. That's the reason why we felt like it was important to do this press conference today. We can't talk about it. So if you ask me, I'm just going to look at you, okay? So I'm telling the world, everybody know the state law. I'm not creating it. We can't talk about it. This family can't talk about it. I can't talk about it. Nobody, unless you want to be sued. You release one of those 16-year-olds or 15-year-olds and 17-year-olds name, the law of this land tells you what was going to happen to you. Okay?
Man, look like dude, man, stole that suit and stole that tie, man. Look at that raggedy ass collar he got with that tie.
Judge Angela I've never met her, never known her, never been nowhere near her court. Don't know anything about her until we were notified that she was going to hear the writ. But the ugly attacks on her just shows Black America that no matter what you pick in the ballot box, and that is your constitutional right.
Exactly.
It's people out here reminding us of the Black struggle.
Yeah, man. Well, twin, that's your opinion, brother, and you're entitled to
This
it.
woman is a registered Republican.
No, I'm telling you the real. 1,000.
She put herself through school. She raised her family. She did everything. I'm a registered Democrat. Proud. I'm the chair of the Dallas County Democrat Resolutions Committee. I don't know that woman.
Sickening.
And to call her
We
leftist
shall
is just downright
overcome. Pow, ping.
It's according to law.
We shall overcome. Pow, ping. I am Uncle Sambo. Pow, ping.
Karmelo Anthony can get a $250,000. If Amber Geiger can get a $200,000.
Let me know when this guy's done, man, because y'all gonna love this hate mail I'm getting.
In his own home, he can get a $250,000. If Roy Oliver can get a $250,000 bond after he kills Jordan Edwards, all white
feathers, I know that.
Why couldn't Karmelo Anthony be entitled? A child with no background, no criminal background, no endangerment to the community, none whatsoever, be placed on a ELM and brought home.
Yeah, it's probably.
Please help me understand. Make this
man, 285, I wouldn't be caught dead, no shit like that, man. You see the damn tie up under his collar, man? He stole that tie.
After this, y'all, so that we'll know, this will be our final press conference until this trial. We will not speak to the media again after this, okay?
And you're doing a very, very, very smart move, young brother. Even though your tie does look raggedy, it look like you stole it from Chumley. Yeah.
Will be separate from the legal process because we want to make sure that Karmelo Anthony's due process. This is going to be a jury case. And then let me make this very clear. This is a case that has not even been indicted. So, under the guise of Texas law, it's not even really proceeding to a trial yet because it has not even went through a grand jury to be indicted. We don't know if a grand jury will indict or not. We don't know. That's in the district attorney's hands. Okay? And their legal team is preparing a packet for those things.
And Brother Che, please clarify the grand jury process, sir, after the brother finished speaking.
Okay? So after today, I just want the media to know, and I want the public to know, I don't care what you say about me. I've been in this thing for 11 years. I am tried, tested, and proven. I'm gonna just say, I'm from Oak Cliff. Worser things have been said about me, baby. You ain't gotta inbox me, you ain't gotta tell me. I am the first person to tell my testimony. I don't have to prove anything to nobody. I am a proven testimony standing here that God, even when you make mistakes, God is not finished with your story. I'm going to bring this mother, Kayla Hayes, and it has taken her a lot of strength, y'all, to come and do this today. And I want you guys to respect her as she read this and giving her the respect that she deserves, y'all.
Good afternoon. My name is Kayla Hayes. I am the mother of Karmelo Anthony. 3 years ago, my family moved to North Texas, searching for a better life. Like so many other families, we wanted to give our children the future we did not have. My husband worked hard every single day to provide for us, to make sure we're in the best financial position possible. As a stay-at-home mom, I made it my life's mission to ensure our children are loved, nurtured, and supported every step of the way. In wake of this tragic incident, our family has been under attack. Whatever you think what happened between Karmelo and the Metcalf boys, my 3 younger children, my husband, and I didn't do anything to deserve to be threatened, harassed, and lied about.
Get on the pistol range.
The lies, false accusations that have been said about us, especially over the past week, has been overwhelming. The lies and their amplification put my family in danger, as well as everyone in our community, everyone involved in the investigation, from the police, the attorneys, and the court staff. Our address and my husband's previous employer's address has been put on all social media platforms. My husband had to take a leave of absence because he's afraid what may happen to our family. His mental health is deteriorating day by day. We have endured death threats.
Don't cry, sister. Lock and load. Get on the pistol range.
Because she's fearful of what might happen to her.
Get on the pistol range.
And let me be clear, the claims that were used about the public donation to buy a home or anything else are completely false. We have not received a single dime from the Give, Send, Go fundraiser. And the co-founder has stated that clearly. In the reality, we were just notified yesterday that we could begin to withdraw funds. And it still takes several days to receive those funds once a request is made. I don't know why we are being targeted and discriminated against before a fair trial.
Precisely my point.
Our son deserves the same rights under the law.
Precisely my point, Mac 285.
He's been raised in a 2-parent home with structure, stability, love, and we put God first in everything that we do. We believe in the Constitution. We believe in the laws of this state.
The Constitution don't believe in us, honey.
To all of us, not just some of us. To be clear, when I speak publicly about specific details of what happened under the tent on that rainy and awful day, there's an active investigation that everyone involved wants to be full and fair. We believe in the legal process, and that is where the truth will come out. To the family,
I sincerely hope so.
The loss, my heart truly goes out to you. To those who have supported my family,
don't cry, sister.
Thank you from the
do
bottom
that
of
in
our
private.
We ask for your continued
pause
support.
that. You all gonna love this hate mail I'm
and
getting.
prayers as we navigate this difficult process.
Almost over.
Thank you.
Y'all, I'm gonna show something of a post. You come for me, I come for you. Sarah Fields. Never heard of this one. This is the kind of despicable things that led to the father being here. Political operatives motivating this family with hate. Karmelo Anthony posted on something that shows, posted here. These are the type of lies that are threatening this family. Posting the family's picture. These are the type of lies. She's getting millions of views on this. Sarah, she's even came after me. She's even said all of those things. And now that the public knows exactly what is going on, I ask, because these racist bigots try to prevent us from standing up for our baby, our boy.
Twin,
He should
I
be
know
afforded the
she's
same
hurting.
right
She
that
has to
Cal
do that
Rittenhouse
in
had.
private. Okay?
Daniel Penna,
and
all of the people who have claimed whatever their defense was, he should be afforded the same right. Nobody in the public media has one video camera, but we got the video of Cal Rittenhouse with an AK-47 shooting 3 people in the back.
Oh, he's trying to
We
protect
got
property.
that, and
That
he
trick.
raised more than $2 million publicly, and nobody says anything. So since they trying to come for us, I call for the community's overwhelming support for this fund. The disinformation that was put out was literally deliberate to prevent you from helping this family. And I want you to give overwhelming support to show them
them some nice
the community
cufflinks, homie.
united.
All of you had to tie together, man. You be sharp as a tack.
Be divided.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna say this again, and this is for everybody. Black people in America, while the current occupant sits at 1600 Pennsylvania, Black people in America don't have to pull the race card. It's what we live as a reality every day.
Living in under Biden.
It's what we have to teach.
Yeah, any of these motherfucking parties, you right.
But we have to. We don't like to, but if we want to sleep at night, we got to. I ain't pulling no race card. I live it. I'm reminded all the time that I'm a Black man in America. And what y'all just showed to Judge Tucker is just reminded that hate and bigotry and racial reconciliation in this country, we have respected the process. I believe that Austin Metcalf is about to have his funeral. And I wouldn't dare, even with the information I know, and plenty people can share that and all that, but we have prevented
too. I agree.
from speaking
absolutely. He was a
about
co-conspirator
that in these type
against
of public
Karmelo.
forums. It will come out. They have a more than well-capable attorney, and this family will go through a process of being able to get prepared for this trial. So I just say this real quick. This is our final time speaking to public and holding a press conference regarding this particular case. Now, the Next Generation Action Network will talk about Frisco ISD, but we will not do this. I will not ask this mother to do this again. The attorney will not. We won't do this again. Don't ask. We will see you at trial. Whatever venue that is, we will see you there. I stand
y'all need to change
10
the
toes
venue.
down supporting this family. And I
No,
want to
they need
thank
to change
all
the venue. They need to get
the
that
leaders,
case out of
people that I
Texas.
have seen that came here today. Bishops and pastors and clergy, community leaders with respectability in this community. I see them today, and I want to thank them for their presence because this family needs strength right now. Thank you, and God bless you.
All right, okay, please freeze that. Okay, here we go with hate mail that Shabaka Sankore is getting. Okay. I'm looking at a picture here where they got old boy up here, got his photograph up here. Okay. All righty. So I'm arguing back and forth with fools. And I made a statement here, people, where I said he ordered it, trying to steal Karmelo's property. Plus, he and his brother jumped Karmelo. Okay. 52 reactions. Okay. Now comments. All right. Cave Beast is up here saying, Shabaka, you live in Los Angeles, don't you? Yeah. I live in Los Angeles. Yeah. Okay. Another one. All lies. Karmelo was trying to steal their property. I simply informed this individual that they were stupid. Okay. And then here's somebody who's responding to this individual who stated that Karmelo was trying to steal their property. And the guy responds, what property? Land, home, car, his girlfriend. All right. Then I get this one here, and I'm not going to say their names, okay? Stating that I made a blatant lie. Okay. And so somebody's backing me up that stated the truth hurts. Another one says, ignorance hurts worse than you find out you are all the way wrong, okay? And then I simply told this person, you believe that shit don't stink. That's your story, Buster, you know? Yeah. Then I'm being referred to as liar, liar. Only evil people lie. Burn for the lies that I tell. First place person, as I stated to you, I'm merely stating facts, okay? Show me where I've lied. Okay. Then let me see. Here's another one. Shabaka Sankore, liar, your hero, Karmelo. Karmelo is a murderer. No, he's not a murderer. He defended himself and his property. Okay. Okay. Alrighty. And then somebody supported me. I'm not going to say any names. He did exactly what they was trying to do, and that's kill him. So Mello killed him first. They are bullies and born killers. Yep. Then somebody is saying this one here is saying you are delusional and sick. You all, and then they respond to each other, no, y'all are the sick ones. Okay, so now once again, when individuals cannot deal with facts, now we get to name calling. Yep. All righty. Shut the fuck up. A hero took out his op. Now we smoking Austin Pack. Okay. All righty. Okay. Then another response. You shut the fuck up. Your hero is a stone cold killer. Then another one says, are you really sick defending this killer? And another one says, and that's why your boy still ain't alive, boy, in the dirt, dead, food for the worms. Okay, then they're saying is that Karmelo should be in prison for life. Oh my God. Okay, and then they tell me, now get this here, twin, you're gonna love this. They say, Shabaka, you have been lied to and brainwashed. Yeah, right. Only been on this motherfucker for over 60 years, okay? I know that shit stinks, okay? All right. And then motherfucker says, yeah, sure. She can't show proof. Your stupid comment, shut the fuck up and sit the fuck down. First place, this person that wrote this, you may go fuck yourself, okay? And then check this out. Now I got a threat on my life, people. Listen. Okay. You must be the crowd made for lynching. Oh, I thought I was an American. Now they want to lynch me. I thought I was an American. All right, another one. And this one says, Shabaka, you can lie on social media all you want, but the truth is going to come out in the trail. That boy
as not going home after trial. Dun, 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 dun. And then they stayed in Shabaka. That's all speculation that has been proven. Well, I've been on the planet for more than 60 fucking years, okay? I've read our history. I lived through certain eras that you all are well aware of. Then this one person said, Shabaka, you're full of shit, okay? And then, okay, and then another one says who? Just making up crap, are you? I'm laughing at this one here.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to tell this person to go fuck themselves.
You need to report that one and talk about this is good for a lynching.
Oh, yeah, Brother Paris, I did. I reported this shit. And guess what I get back, Brother Paris? Their comment did not violate community standards. Okay. And there's a reason that I'm telling the generations after me this, okay? Just like what the attorney was saying right there. The shit that is going on, Black family, okay? They out to kill us.
Yep.
They hate us because of who we are. See, and you got Tethers, Uncle Toms, brain dead Negroes up here, you know? Okay, and then, so I got one death threat already, a flat out blatant lie, Shabaka, and referred to Karmelo as a punk boy came with the intent to commit murder.
Bullshit.
And then once again, I'm being called an amazing idiot. Yeah, well, you know, motherfuckers, I know that shit stinks, okay? Shabaka saying, Corey, that is all lies. Stop listening to people trying to make this murderer out to be a victim. Why did your boy bring a knife to a track meet? Because he's a thug. I'm not even going to dignify that with an answer. And this young man, and from what I understand, Brother Che, is that this young man, Karmelo, did not have no jail record, correct? And that he was a model student. Okay, Twin, no Africans talking about this, trust me. Well, see, Twin, like I tell you, like I tell Brother Paris, okay, it's neo-colonialism of why they're not doing it. You see? Now, okay, then they tell me, Shabaka, you so stupid, you can't even spell his name right. Gone. I laugh at that. Wow. And then another cracker. Shabaka, you are the idiot of the day. Not to mention, you're a pure piece of shit. And this individual right here,
yeah, they don't care.
Go fuck yourself. Okay.
They don't care, Shabaka. They don't care.
Yeah, I know. Now, see, and as you can see here, alrighty, they are attacking me personally as opposed to my statements. Now, here's one, and this is the last one because Shabaka saying, Corey, stop with your bullshit lies. I think it's time to go after every single person slandering Austin and his family in the name of race. Mr. Reparations now.
Oh, wait.
Okay, I'm not going to dignify that bullshit with an answer. Okay. Shabaka saying, Corey, so that warrants ending a life, use your damn fist or get an adult at the meet. So this kid became the judge and executioner is in the 10 Commandments, shall not kill, disgusting act committed. Now he'll spend the rest of his life in this prison. Now show me in the 10 Commandments, you know what, Twin, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Okay. Now show me here where it says in the 10 Commandments that thou shalt allow himself to be murdered. Okay. It could be, man. You know, I ain't putting, Twin, I ain't putting shit past none of these motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying?
Arguing with
all right. Okay. Yeah, probably. You know what I'm saying? And then, you know, Shabaka, what the hell are you talking about? Anthony didn't run track. He didn't have no stuff. He was asked to leave the tent and took a knife and plunged into another kid's chest. You are a sickle if you believe what you're saying.
football team and the track team. So what the fuck are they talking about? And this didn't even happen on school grounds.
Exactly, Brother Chasey. That's the kicker right there, sir. It was a community. I agree with you on that there, twin. Oh, absolutely. 100, 100 to 100. Okay. Okay, but what I'm saying though, it was not a scholastic track meet. It was a community track meet. So therefore, all the 10 should have been available to whoever, man, had was coming out the rain or whatever, the rest or what have you. Why do you think, man, when you look at certain sports, okay, and we ain't talking about no ponies either, Brother Che, with them GMO. Yeah, GMO.
It ain't going nowhere for another season.
Okay, but why do you think, man, after the fights, when you have a good fight, the corner gives the other corner's fighter a drink of water? You see what I'm saying? Okay, mutual respect thing. It's getting the fucking rain out there. Okay, now, this shit here. When will politicians stand up for white people? When will politicians stand up for white people? My God.
When don't politicians for white people? White people can do whatever the hell they want to do, and a black politician or any politician for that matter will come to their defense.
Yes, sir. Now, here's one from a Becky. I wasn't there to witness or truly know what went down. With that, I won't weigh in my opinion. Let the grieving bury their son in peace. Or any of you there, I'm not even going to respond to this one. Okay? I got a supporter saying Shabaka, saying Corey preach. Please donate, to our platform.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, another one says, this news has already been debuted. The fake accounts that posted those have already been found and taken down. People just like to start race wars.
Mm-hmm.
Another one. Okay, Shabaka, were you there? Let's wait for the conclusion of the investigation. And I'm referred to as a moron and all this shit. Okay, now I got a supporter. Exactly. Austin got justice in hell. Okay. And then this one's telling me nobody got jumped. You of all people know what jumped looks like.
Oh my God.
There's also something called provocation. Then somebody was telling me in bold words, bullshit. Okay. Then somebody said, Shabaka, you are mentally challenged. He didn't try stealing shit, you dumb bastard or bitch away over there. Okay. So then another one, way over there is where you belong with that bullshit. So I'm going to laugh at that one.
Yeah.
Shabaka lies. Shabaka's not true. Okay, we got a supporter here that sends hearts. The guy who brought the knife knew what he was doing.
Oh my God.
Okay, my response to this clown, it's called self-protection.
Self-preservation.
Yeah. See. And then, of course, you got to, and keep in mind, this down here in the great state of Texas, open carries. Down there with Governor Bud, Governor Hot Wheels, Governor Rolaids. Politician stands for one color, green. Okay, now, twin, I agree with 70% of your statement. The black politicians more so do that. But you could best believe with these dumpsters, man, they stand up for white privilege. Okay, yeah, Mac 285, self-defense. You see what I'm saying? And then keep in mind, this young man, was a good student in school. Okay.
3.7 GPA.
Yeah, okay, that's college-bound material. That young man, Karmelo, man, might can go out there to find a solution to these sick-ass motherfuckers out in the world here because a white boy from the great state of Texas, I'm John Wayne, nigga, I'm going to put you in your place. Well, he won't, yeah. So he's with John Wayne right now so they can ride off into the sunset straight to hell with that bullshit.
Along with you, Griffin.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Brother Che. Out. Now, that was a good one. Yeah. Yeah. So, and then somebody said, oh, okay, now see, this supports my point. Now, this person, I'm not going to say nobody's name for their privacy. From what he's read is that they got into a brawl before, according to one of the coaches. Okay, twin, Trump not giving a damn about the white boys getting locked up. Well, I certainly hope that's true, twin. That's great news. Great news. Okay. And, well, if Austin would have kept his hands to himself, he wouldn't be pushing up flowers. Okay, brother saying that. Exactly. If that was my son, Mr. Mello wouldn't make it to courtroom on his court day.
Ooh.
Dun, 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 dun.
Ooh.
Dun, ba-boom, boom, ba-boom, ba-boom.
You know what that sounds like, Shabaka? That sounds like the white mob that used to snatch black people out of jail and lynch them.
Yes, but yeah. I mean, man, so therefore, and then sister says right here, teach your children it's never okay to bully, and the chances are slim this could happen to your son. Okay. Yeah. Okay. The two didn't know each other. Lies. God knows who the bully is. Clearly.
Damn lie.
Okay, now these crackers and other black folk are arguing amongst themselves. This doesn't call for murder. He didn't deserve murder.
They never admit that they're wrong. He's the most honest.
Exactly. And then, now, check this out. Now, why would he bring a knife to a track meet? These are the same people who bring guns to school.
Exactly.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? See? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, you see. So therefore, the only thing I could say about this here, people, all those books you have on called Good Race Relations, take them and shit can them.
Right.
Okay, so quite naturally, of course, our hearts go out to Karmelo's family. His mother's a nervous wreck. You see what I'm saying? Yeah.
Exactly.
And yeah, exactly, Mac 285. He was prepared to defend himself legally because, see, they were bullying Karmelo. They would gang up on Karmelo.
Yep.
You see? But Karmelo went out there to do what he enjoyed doing, which was to run track. You know, he has good grades in school. So he says, hey, I'm not going to sit up there and be John Lewis looking for good trouble. I'm going to defend my motherfucking self. And that's what he did.
Yep.
They say, now, that boy's daddy who died, you say, I hate to say this, but it is what it is. He fucked around and found out.
And the daddy's a bully too. And the daddy's
exactly.
A sexual predator.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that part there, Brother Jay. Yeah. Didn't they run a make on him and sign out he's a sexual predator?
Yeah.
Yeah.
On a child.
So he was probably a descendant of white raping, slave trading, pedophiles.
Yeah, clan ancestors. Yeah.
Yeah, his clan ancestors. And we thank God that Dr. King realized his mistakes shortly before his life was cut short.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
So let's get to why the media, meaning the white-owned media, the mainstream media, is spreading lies about our brother Karmelo.
Mm-hmm.
It's from one of 3 Twitter spaces.
And at first I thought young man was related to that guy you had that played for them buckets.
Sure, I'll be reviewing your films.
Leave Karmelo Anthony alone. He got inducted into the Hall of Fame.
He did?
Yep.
Oh, well, shit. I can't argue with no induction, man. I didn't know
so,
that. So, let's start this way.
Yeah, I won't take too much of your time, and I hate to be off topic, but this is relevant. It was your commentary on your Sunday stream about the Karmelo Anthony case and the legal representation that he had. And I know you had some questions about Dominique, the black guy that was escorting him out. He's I just want to say he's actually legit. I know him, like I don't know him like personally, like I can't call him right now on the cell phone, but he's been, you know, with the community for years. I used
Black Alpha Network already pulled receipts on that dude. He's on, you know, so that organization, what is that shit called? The Non-Action Network or whatever, similar to what what's his face, Al Sharpton. They on that Al Sharpton type shit. So
man,
they
fuck Al Sharpton. Man, fuck Al Sharpton. Now, where the fuck is Al Sharpton right now with his sorry ass? Oh, yeah, he's waving his pride flag, putting a banana in his mouth.
He's too busy trying to protest Target, Shabaka. He's supposed to be meeting with he supposedly had just met with the CEO of Target about them ending.
Oh, yeah, I saw that bullshit. Yeah, I saw that bullshit with his bobblehead ass.
Yeah, so the jury's still out about this Dominique cat. But like I said, Black Alpha Network pulled receipts on his platform about the dude. He's on this people of color and immigrants and LGBTQ and all of this bullshit. So the jury's still out about him.
Used to go to some of his meetings before the pandemic. Okay. You know, it would be sometime 50 people, 100 people, sometime as small as 6 people, but he is true to the grassroots down for our people. And so I know you said that people don't know him, but I've been in Dallas all my life. I grew up in Oak Cliff, you know, by Redbird Mall, that's now Southwest Cinema, Hampton 67. By the State Fair. Like I know him and I know his people. I just want to say he a legit dude. He ain't perfect, but he is legit. So he ain't nobody you got to worry about.
Okay, my man. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Have a good night.
You know, the issue I had, you know what I had an issue with as far as that gentleman, and it might not be his fault, but when Karmelo, when he was released, Karmelo has to have security, man. I didn't like the fact that this Karen reporter ran up on Karmelo.
Did you see that video, Shabaka?
And just shoved the microphone in his face. I'm like, hey, man, this brother, he's getting death threats. His family.
I played it on the last Frontline Black News. It was Karen reporter that ran up on him talking about, why did you do what you did or supposedly did? And
do you got access to it?
I have to go to the.
I mean, at your fingertips. If you don't, man, just send it to me on my phone. I'll look at it later. But if you could put your hand on it right now, man, pop it up.
I have to go to the last week's episode.
Okay, all right. Okay, just send it to my phone, Brother Che, later on.
Was getting death threats. So don't let a hostile Karen shouldn't have got that close on him. That's why that brother needs some FOIs or somebody. I don't know if they, you know, they got to watch out for the visuals and the optics of everything. They don't want him to, you know, have a black army around. But yeah, he got to be safe. I didn't like the fact that the Karen ran up on him like that.
Yeah, that was some bullshit.
You know, but again, they can't. I don't know if they're trying to make him seem vulnerable. I don't know. But he has to be safe. They got to make sure he's safe. And speaking of him, speaking of Brother Karmelo, boy, the white supremacists, boy, they're very salty. Boy, they are extremely salty.
What the fuck do you expect?
That he got that bail.
Them sons of bitches been salty ever since
boy, did you see the lies they start putting out in the white media? Or the white media, their asses off. Boy, they took gloves off when he got out of jail. And they see black folks getting on code to protect them. They're getting on code with lies. They're getting desperate. The mainstream media put out some bullshit about this, man. They said, hold on, let me read exactly what they said.
Just listen to this bullshit they just told me.
Hold on, I'm going to grab this article. I'm going to read it verbatim. I'm going to read this article verbatim. This is desperation, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep.
Hold on one second.
Desperation.
Let me find it for y'all real quick.
Now, where's Sambo at?
Okay, this is the New York Post, ladies and gentlemen. This is the New York Post. Karmelo Anthony living with family in a $900,000 home. in gated community. Why am I getting all these ads? What is this shit? The family bought a new car after release on bond in the murder of Austin Metcalf. The Texas teen accused of fatally stabbing a high school football star at a track meet allegedly lives in a $900,000 home with his family inside of a luxurious gated community, despite requesting that a judge lower his $100 million bond because of financial difficulties. Anthony, 17, is holed up with his family at the pricey home in the gated community. Oh, Lord. Then they said something about, they got a brand new Escalade. Another report talking about he got a brand new car. And the narrative that they're trying to make it seem like they got that money and started finessing. When in reality, they've been living in that home. They didn't just move in there. And also they've been had that car. They've already had that car.
Years.
Also, they never got any money from the crowd.
I found this, Shabaka. You had missed it because you had came in late on the show, but I got the clip pulled up now so you can see it.
Okay, thank you, sir. Church of Black Power. All right.
Right, or is it we could do a little bit of a cash surety and
get up there, fam. There you go.
Can act
Let's get it all the way back to the beginning.
You get it. You get it.
Because he's been through it too.
Yeah, he gets it. I just,
Coming out.
We're up.
That's him coming out the courthouse. Jail.
Look at this Neanderthal.
And this story don't run up on him.
Karmelo, why were you armed at school?
Because the Cro-Magnon Neanderthals like you that don't respect somebody's space.
Why were you armed? Bitch, why would I be armed? I'm a black man in America. What the fuck you mean, why am I armed? Oh my God. But that was the video.
I've been saying that for the last 25 years. See, so already they're trying to smear this young man in the press, okay? And like I said, Black family, that I've been saying, what's this here? Going on 10 seasons now. We're all we got, okay? And we got to protect ourselves, okay? So the buck dancing stops, okay? I don't have time for Uncle Sambo's, but I will always love you, Samuel L. Jackson, in A Time to Kill.
Yeah.
Because this is the reality of A Time to Kill right here. You see? Say, so Samuel L., if you want to badmouth me, man, on social media, please spell my name correct. You know what I mean? Right. And also too, power to the ancestors that made the ultimate sacrifice. Okay, you know who I'm talking about, and also too, power to the spirit of Sin-Q. Okay, with the Amistad, and power to all of our ancestors that ran away, that escaped, unlike the house nigga. Man, you must be crazy. What's better than what we got right here? Fuck all Yassa bosses. Okay, Yassa bosses. I'm putting you on notice, okay? You come up on our fucking platforms with stupid shit, man, we're just gonna kick you off the fucking air. You see what I mean? Because my time is getting close, people. You know what I mean? And I cannot go before our ancestors, holding my head held high, not knowing I did not do my best to bring this attention to the generations after me. I mean, this is Emmett Till shit. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
Say, this is Emmett Till shit.
You see? And then if they rigging up pages to blow up overseas, what the hell is to prevent them from blowing up your damn computers and shit?
Remember the cell phones was blowing up in Samsungs.
Yeah, exactly.
Blowing up.
All that. Putting radiation in the shit. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Well, let's get back to this.
And I got one last sentence to say, then we can move forward, Brother Che. Now, for all you ass scratchers out there, okay, for all you ass scratchers out there, okay, I hope this is an awakening. Mac 285, is Regal trying to get back up here? Now, is Regal going to go down there, man, in this broke down Mercedes-Benz, man, and go sing We Shall Overcome with these Europeans?
Yep. He said he's the house nigga and proud about it.
Yeah. Yeah. See, that's the problem. It's all part of the mafia.
They never got any money from the crowdfunding. That none of that money has been released to them from the crowdfunding. So they've been getting money from other sources, but not the crowdfunding. So listen, now why is the white media lying like this? This is supposed to be the legitimate media.
Huh.
Yeah, he is.
Now they're
Mac
putting out
285.
blatant lies. Now why are they doing this? Number one, this is retaliation for the disruption of the racial status quo. Yeah. Anthony's release, that represents a disruption in the usual script where a young black male, you're supposed to be swiftly criminalized with no resistance.
Mm-hmm.
His release, that's like a power loss for those in the dominant white community who believe in the racial hierarchy. They felt like, okay, we're losing power. Wait, a black guy getting bail for murder? And a white guy's a victim? Oh no, we didn't just get to railroad him in?
Nope.
So now this media retaliation, that's a way for them to kind of reassert dominance. Also, that's them telling lies in the media. This is them looking at it as punishment for community solidarity. See, the black community's crowdfunding success and public support, that challenged the usual narrative of black helplessness. See, they like for us to be helpless and begging, crying and screaming. We're like, no. The black community's like, no. We ain't doing all that this time. We're getting on code. We're going to get him up out of there. How much money is it? $1 million? Okay, we'll get it. And then it got lowered by a black judge. So they really feel a certain way.
Getting death threats also.
So them attacking the family, the white media, they're trying to discourage future solidarity. And that's them trying to send a warning, like, hey, if you guys try to get too uppity, we're going to use our media to sully you. Mm-hmm. You see? And also the media, they're trying to reframe the narrative to justify the racial bias. They're trying to paint the picture of the family being greedy or undeserving to create a false moral justification for their original hostility against them. And they're trying to undermine public sympathy. See, because if the public views Karmelo's family as financially irresponsible or opportunistic, they're trying to use that to erode sympathy for Karmelo. So it's a smear move to kind of weaken support and try to manipulate the public, and it's not working. People are calling them the white media out for their lies. See, and also that's a projection of white entitlement. The dominant society, see, they feel like black people shouldn't have the access to the tools that leads to freedom, especially not no public funding. So the media, they're reflecting that whole entitlement by lashing out at the black people, using the same lawful options that other people use without criticism. And the whole stereotype, this forces these stereotypes of black people being financially reckless and criminally opportunistic. They're trying to reframe the family's defense as exploitation instead of survival or justice. So we got to watch these people, man. See, the media, they really need to control the narrative, man. Independent Black voices, the Black grassroots, we're shaping the pushback. And the media sees this as a loss of gatekeeping power. So they're putting these false stories out here as a desperation tactic. These people are desperate, I'm telling you. When you sit up here lying on this family, that's desperation. Oh, that's desperation. And let me tell you something. That can work in our brother Karmelo's favor. This desperation the media is doing, come on now. This can work in his favor, you know, because it can kind of create ground for legal malice. The family can say, hey, man, look, well, the media has been sullying us, so we couldn't get a fair shake. Yeah. Also, it undermines the credibility of the prosecution's narrative with the media lying. See, that casts doubt on the broader efforts to demonize Karmelo. See, the jury and the public, they might question what other claims, especially from law enforcement or the DA, what else is exaggerated or false?
Right.
So this might, this lying might work in favor of Karmelo. That might increase sympathy when the public sees a young Black man and his family being smeared with lies and falsehoods. That's gonna, that might trigger the public to be more sympathetic. Like, oh my God, look at how this family is being targeted with lies. Huh? And also that galvanizes more grassroots support and legal support with these false attacks. That makes the grassroots say, well, damn it, we got to really circle our wagons and protect this young man and his family.
Right.
Huh?
No, we got to circle the
Lies
wagons.
can become rallying points. That encourages more support when we see them this desperate and lying on this brother. That makes people want to double down and support.
Yep.
Yeah. And that exposes that whole media bias to a broader audience. We got to get in on. We got to break all this shit down. Also, this can enable the defense attorneys to frame the whole case as a smear campaign.
Yeah.
Like Karmelo's legal team, they can flip this. They can use the media lies as evidence that their client is being targeted by a racially motivated media machine, which helps create reasonable doubt. And that shifts the burden of credibility away from him. See, they could be using all these damn lies. I'm telling you.
Yep.
They can use these lies in the media. That will work in his favor if a lawyer knows how to get out there and work that shit.
Right.
Huh? So it's very interesting. And also this fuels a cultural conversation about injustice too. These false stories that can ignite like a national discussion about racial bias and media ethics and judicial double standards. And the larger the conversation gets,
Man, we've been talking
the
about
harder
that,
it
Tariq, on
becomes to just
Shabaka's
quietly
Black Experience
railroad
Enhanced for the
Karmelo.
last 11 years
See?
now.
It's very, very interesting. And again, his lawyers, they could use some of this stuff as leverage. Like if his legal team can tie these false stories to police leaks or DA influence, that could possibly open the door for legal motions against misconduct or bias, which can help strengthen motions for dismissal.
Yep.
So it's real interesting. It's very, very interesting. Let me see who we got. We got a lot of folks in here. Let me get some calls in here. Y'all raise your hand. Let me know if you're ready. Let me get some of these calls in the building. Let me know if you are ready. Raise your hands, ladies and gentlemen, because we are in here deep. And let's get, hold on, I'm going to get some new faces in here. Let's try Mr. Devontae. Let's get Devontae in here. Mr. Devontae. Devontae, unmute your mic, sir.
Hey, Tariq, how you doing?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Pretty good. No, I just want to piggyback off of what you just said. I'm noticing too, a lot of these outlets are really trying to push it on one side of the political spectrum. Oh, y'all look, it's the MAGA conservatives. They really want to make sure Karmelo he doesn't get through with this and whatnot. And look. And it's not just one side. It's all of them. It's white supremacy across the board, and it's Democrats on the same page that really don't want this brother to get through with this. They talk. All of them are, and I want the family to know, whenever you see these posts that's really trying to put it on one side, and I don't understand that political jargon. I don't know why they're so adamant to just put it on that side, when it's obvious it's a complexion-based hatred. Right. That's all this is. It's like that's all it is, and it's Democrats going in on them too. Yeah. So yeah, I just don't want the family to get lost in this one-sided racism when we know it's like you say, Tariq, it's two wings on the same bird.
Oh yeah.
And that's what it is. So I just wanted to say that as a reminder, not to get lost in this. Oh, it's just the MAGA and the conservatives. No, it's all of y'all.
Exactly.
No, it's everybody. So right. I appreciate it, Tariq.
My man, thank you so much, brother.
I was saying.
All right. Let's get the Tether Whisperer.
Oh my God,
the Tether Whisperer in the building.
What's up with it, Tariq? This is brother, the Black Receipt.
Oh, what's up, brother?
Yeah, I don't know what the brother was talking about earlier. The brother, old boy, is suspect in my city. He popped up out of nowhere after George Floyd. So, and when you look at his background, it's very vague. So, I don't know what the brother talking about. But I've been doing my due diligence on trying to find out about him. And everywhere I go around the city, people say they really don't know about him. He just popped up out of nowhere, like Jasmine Crockett. So,
wow.
I said, know what I'm saying? All the information that you heard about him is very suspect. So, take what people say with a grain of salt.
Would you say Act 285 Regulus Yassa Boston somewhere?
Right? Man. Do y'all want to hear from Bushmeat Barrister? Speaking of Bushmeat, do y'all want to hear from Bushmeat Barrister? Let's hear from Bushmeat Barrister.
We're about to hear a tether shit about it.
Let's hear what's going on with the Tether Shield.
Okay.
What's up, Tether Shield? What's up, Barrister?
Hey, Tariq. What do you think about Judge Joe Brown? Do you think he's a Sambo or a Tether?
The biggest goddamn Sambo going, man.
Okay,
Fuck
well,
Joe
he
Brown.
completely disagrees with you in regards to the Karmelo Anthony case, and he actually provided some good points on why Karmelo will definitely be convicted, and that this whole situation, you, the media, you're blowing it out of proportion, and that this is a clear-cut murder case, premeditated murder case, that he will be convicted. That's what Judge.
How is it? Then you explain.
Well, Judge Joe Brown, I'm not about a lawyer, and he made some great points.
How was it premeditated, based on Judge Joe Brown?
Again, you have to. I mean, I encourage you to speak to him, but
why don't you? No, you brought it up, so you explain it.
I don't want to just. Well, I just don't want to make.
Why would you bring it up if you can't explain it, Bushmeat Barrister?
He would articulate it better for me on why he's going.
Then why, if you can't articulate it, why would you bring up something you couldn't even articulate?
In any case, he did say that Karmelo Anthony will be convicted.
How is it premeditated?
Because he had a knife in his bag and he used that knife to kill him.
That's not premeditated.
Well, in any case, I'm just saying that Judge Joe Brown is said specifically that this isn't a self-defense case.
How you just said it was premeditated. Self-defense and not self-defense and premeditated are three different things. Where did you get premeditated?
Well, maybe I misspoke, but he did say that.
I'm gonna misspoke your ass out of here. Get out of here. The hell out of here.
He did, right? Well, Tariq, I agree with that. Eject button.
Tether. You can't. I hate when people say something and then can't stand on it.
All the hair.
Well, I don't know. You gotta act good. I don't know. Shut up.
Bullshit.
Okay, on
Good
that one,
grief.
twin, we disagree
This is so
agreeably,
bad.
brother. Okay.
All right. Let's get this Marquise de Gramont. Marquise de Gramont.
Another tether.
Oh, Marquise got out of here. I wanted to hear what Marquise had to say. He bounced. All right, it's okay, Marquise. All right, raise your hand. Let's see who's in here. I don't know what's going on with your phone, man. Okay.
Did you know this happened in the same county that the McKinney pool incident happened in?
Oh, really?
Collins County, Texas? Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Collins County, Texas is north of Dallas.
Okay. I didn't know it was that same area.
Yeah, it's the same county.
Okay.
Great state, Texas.
All right, that's all I gotta say.
Thank you. Okay. All right. He didn't really have anything to say. He just wanted to get on and be heard. All right. Okay. Y'all raise those hands. Y'all trying to. Well, everybody's moving around very fast.
Have you seen how Kyle Rittenhouse just tweeted?
Yeah, he tweeted something about Karmelo's like, this. What did he say? I forgot.
Yeah. So he said, so the left thinks what Karmelo Anthony did was self-defense, but what I did wasn't. Can someone please help this make sense?
Oh yeah. So yeah, he's trying to be slick. So yeah, they're all getting on code. They're all getting on code with each other.
Yeah. So you notice how every time they do things, like stabbings or stuff like that, it's never put on the news. But every time a black person do something, I mean, look, these people did things to us for over 400 years, and they still do things. But then when we do things, we get put in a worse light, as if these people didn't, rape and pillage people and all that other stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. It's insane out here, man. But thank you so much. All right, Richard, you want to get back on, Richard? I tried to get you on earlier. You didn't say anything, sir. But Mr. Richard, hop on in, brother. Mr. Richard? Hop on in, Richard.
I'm here. How are you, Tariq?
I'm good, Richard. How are you?
Another tether.
I'm good. I got you on band from the UK, but you've got to promise you cannot play No Mink Slide. All right, no touring.
Now, why not? Mink Slide slaps over there, and people like it over there. Yes, they do.
No. Maybe the older people or something, but yeah, we're not into that.
Yes, you are.
We like Drake.
Yes, you are.
Like
No,
Drake.
y'all like Mink Slide over
We
there.
like.
Our Mink Slide records do phenomenal over there in the UK. Yes, indeed.
Wow, how can you sell when you got banned?
What happened?
And you have to really, you cannot bring the truth. You got to drip feed it. You're like a waterfall, okay? It's got to be drip fed. Like it's like, oh shit, you're gonna fuck the status quo.
Mm-hmm.
We have to work with white people, and I was very paranoid for a long time after listening to you because I'm like, all this stuff is making it very obvious and picking up on it.
Brain dead nigga.
Now,
Go
Richard,
see
your family's from the
Musk.
Caribbean, right?
No, no. I'm from Somalia.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Now, how long you been?
I'm
in the
like
UK?
kind of Caucasian.
Yeah. You're a dark Caucasian.
We have the Caucasian phenotype. But I still view myself as an African.
Right.
But yeah.
Now, when was the last time
when
was the last time you've been to Somalia?
Oh, I've never been, and I'm not looking to go.
Okay, yeah, I'm not shocked, but y'all never go back to your family's homeland. That's like a no man's land.
This shit we talking about, Shabaka. This dude is from Somalia. His family's from Somalia. He's sitting up here living in the UK, talking about he'll never go to Somalia. But that's his homeland, though.
Once again, the chain is on his brain. It's the Ma'afa.
Cause see, this is a serious disease, man. That's going to be cured. You see, Brother Che, like I told you, I might not be there with you all, man, when this shit finally winds down. But they are systemically been doing this bullshit, man, longer than I've been alive. You see what I'm saying? And this is why I appreciate the head of state of what was that there we covered the other day, where she's checking Trump's people for all the visas down in Namibia.
Yeah.
You see. So we got to come together, man. We ain't got no choice, man, because the shit that's happening with Karmelo, man, that could happen to any of us. Rodney King could happen to any of us, regardless of where you from, man.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Whole people that's from Africa, Shabaka. This dude is literally from Africa. He's talking about he don't.
I understand that, Brother Che. I understand and recognize what you're saying, but he is a neo-colonialist. See? That's the difference between the colonialism and the neo-colonialism. We all know what the colonialist is. The neo-colonialist carries out the agenda of the colonialists. Why do you think President Museveni told Biden's representative to get out of Uganda when he says, well, man, we'll cut off your fucking aid if you don't go LGBT? And President Museveni said, hey, man, we don't do that here, man, and split.
So Shabaka.
And the white boy standing there with his mouth open.
Shabaka. Was Osambo a neo-colonialist?
Man, Osambo was a straight out coon, okay? Is what he was.
Because he's originally from Africa, right? His daddy.
Yeah, he was born. Yeah. His daddy was from Kenya. His mother was a white woman, and he was born in Hawaii.
So would he constitute as a neo-colonialist?
What to me, what Barack Obama will constitute, as you so well call him, Brother Che, Osambo.
Okay, Shabaka.
Y'all be like, damn, man.
Yes, it is, because it's a lot of war. There's a lot of religious superstition with the terrorism. Al-Shabaab control a big portion.
And I'm getting more hate mail.
It's just you can't run no businesses there, and I'm not going to have opportunities to make money the way I can make it here. This is the life in the Western world.
Oh yeah.
What do you think Black people can do to just be a little bit more like white daddy and white mommy?
Oh,
why would we want to be like white mommy and white daddy?
Oh, God, the chain on that motherfucker's brain. God, damn, boy, I thought I heard it all now.
We can't always sit back. We have to contribute.
Well, you do that by, you stand on homeland and lineage business. You fight for your ancestors, and you.
My ancestors, they even fight for me. They made me a slave. They made me a lower. They threw the game up. So.
Well, that's interesting. That's
if you can't beat them, join them.
And I got
what you said was very interesting.
The victor takes the spoils.
Right.
You heard of that?
Right. Mm-hmm. Now, what you said was very interesting. What you said was very interesting right now. I want to unpack that. You said something very, very interesting.
Yeah, let's unpack that too.
Yeah, if you can't beat them, join them?
No. About your ancestors. You're like, they never fought for me. That's powerful. That's powerful.
They really didn't.
You know what? They didn't. You know what? You know what? I come to think of it, they really didn't. They didn't really stand no business for you. They didn't really.
For you, your ancestors didn't stand for. They were slaves.
Yes, no.
Right, you're supposed to get 40 acres and a mule.
Hold on, no.
You're supposed to get 40 acres and a pit bull.
Hold on, no. But no, listen. Even though your trolling is failing, but you made a good point. Your ancestors never fought for you. They didn't do anything but sit up there and eat bush meat and get beaten. Our people actually fought. We fought for rights. We fought for justice. We fought. My ancestors fought, and that's why they're revered around the world. So that's why we have an obligation to stand up for them, because they stood up for us. Your ancestors didn't really do nothing. They just kind of went along and just fled and started running to the UK.
If you guys fought, how come you never got your 40 acres in a pit bull? You deserve that at least.
You know why? The reason why is because every time we would try to get it, your tethers, like yourself, would come over and say, hey, look, I'm black and we shouldn't get nothing. And that's been the problem. And we've identified what the problem is, and we're not letting
The
you
tethers need to stop.
we're not letting you tethers talk down or talk about our reparations or get into our mix. So we're making progress now, but we just had to identify the tether class from your community who was undermining us. And we're not going to flee like you had to flee from your homeland, right?
Yep, Heather's got to go, man.
Right, Richard?
Okay, is there any way to help to bring
I'm
dead tethers?
I'm not fleeing. I'm very thankful to be here.
Yeah, you fled. Your
where I
family
am.
fled. You come from a fleeing lineage.
Yeah,
huh?
well, we should flee, and you shouldn't be ashamed to flee. I mean, if a place is not very good, if it's not functioning as the way it's a failed state, they don't give you democracy. Old clan leaders control the vote. There's no democracy. There is no voting.
In your homeland, right?
Yes. I mean, Elon Musk recently just put a Starlink in Somalia, and I hope that with Starlink, you're going to have more access to facts, data, and statistics that will drive the economy.
Nigga, you
they
are
have more
sick.
access to information. So that's what I'm looking forward to one day.
Sympathizing with
also looking
Stinky
forward to,
Bird.
maybe
This
a
motherfucker
mix
is
of
sick.
the races, globalization.
Mix the races.
That
You
means
sick
you're trying to
ass
get you a white woman
motherfucker.
up there in the UK, aren't you? Or did you get your white woman
he's
yet?
looking for a
Richard?
Becky. He's looking for a Becky.
Did you get you a white woman up there, Richard? It sounds like that's what you were really longing for. You wanted a white woman.
If I wanted the white woman, I want a white, but she has to be Russian, or if it's black, it has to be Nigerian.
Right.
Because I'm Somali, right? So my DNA, I feel like it's not as like tough skinned as like, because I'm trying to do good for my children, because I'm like a evolutionary, I like Richard Dawkins. So it has to be a Nigerian, or someone with strong DNA, a Russian, they have like good,
So you want to go lay with a Russian?
Because what's the point of mixing a wheat genes with another?
Ooh, good
You're
guy. Tim Scott from Somalia.
Uh-oh. You don't want that.
I don't want a Somalian with a big forehead. And, you know what I mean?
Well, that forehead can carry a lot of thoughts of knowledge. So, you can use that forehead to think and come up with different forms of innovation. So you can utilize those foreheads.
No, I'm not doing that to my kids. They cannot be 100% Somali. But I just can't. That's just not very.
Right. Well, unfortunately,
self-hatred.
There's a
Would you say,
self-hatred
MD? They went from Nigeria to Russia.
That's okay. Yeah, I understand.
Damn.
And just don't project that.
That's
on
a
us.
good
A
one,
lot of times
MD.
project your own shame and self-hating on the foundation of Black Americans, and we want you to own that. That's your own.
Of course, because
All right, but thank you, Richard. Okay. Richard's trying to be witty and trollish, but he's corny, and the tethers aren't that witty, and it's just coming across corny and boring. So, all right.
Well, just like Uncle Sambo.
6333. Apartment 6333. What's up, apartment 6333? Hey, how are you, dear?
Hi, I wanted to talk about the Karmelo case.
Yes, go ahead, dear.
Just some thoughts that I wanted to ask you a question. Do you think he should have a judge decide if he's guilty or not, or if he should go with a jury?
Oh, most likely they're going to get a jury trial. Yeah, most likely a jury. What do you think he should do?
I'm not sure. Maybe if he has the same judge that did his bail, he could go with the judge.
No, they're going to recuse her. No, he would not have that same
do
judge.
that, or if they're going to do that, I don't know. But most likely, it's going to be a jury trial.
I know.
So
they're going to recuse that judge.
how do you think?
And all,
How do you think the outcome of the trial is going to go?
Who's going to
I have faith that he'll get off,
Yeah,
or he'll get a very light sentence.
yeah. Because
Also, another thing
Go ahead.
that oh, sorry if I interrupted you.
Go ahead.
Another thing, I was checking out Austin's social media, and I just thought it was funny how he racially targeted Karmelo, but all this
Now,
social
that's
media
my
has
point.
Black culture, and he follows a lot of like curvy Black women. So yeah.
Interesting. Okay. Well, most people do. Most people follow Black culture. Most people do that.
Exactly.
Even if they have vitriol towards the culture that they follow. Most people do. Listen, I'm in New Orleans right now.
What the fuck?
And one thing I love about New Orleans,
I'll never set
they
foot
are
in the
forced
goddamn
to
state of
acknowledge the
Louisiana
Black
again. Fuck
cultural
New Orleans.
influences of New Orleans. There's murals of Black people all over New Orleans. I love it. I absolutely love it. Because the foundation of Black American culture is so rich here, you are forced to acknowledge it because that's what makes New Orleans fly. Everything about New Orleans that's fly comes from the foundational Black Americans here. All of it. The music, foundational Black Americans. The voodoo and the hoodoo, foundational Black Americans. The food, foundational Black Americans. There's us, even the beignets that they have. I don't know them beignets out here.
Catfish.
The French donuts, quote unquote. What the modern beignets that they're eating now out here in New Orleans, that was the flavor and the style and everything of them that's hot now that makes everybody want to
And
get
then
them.
keep in mind, in Los Angeles, you do have a lot of people from Louisiana.
Even though it was originally a French thing, but they made it a different way. And they didn't call it beignets until the 50s, by the way. That's when they started to call it beignets. They called them nun farts or some bullshit before then. But yeah, them beignets, as we know them now, the styling and the flavor comes from foundational Black American culture. So just everything that's fly about New Orleans comes from foundational Black American culture. And then they're forced to have to give it up. Because people, when they come to places like this, they want to know the real deal. You got to show them the real authenticity of what made it pop off. That's one of the reasons why I love New Orleans. But then let me get
You
up out
can
of here,
have
man.
that
It's been real.
goddamn state.
Hey, I don't love the state of Louisiana. I just liked my time in New Orleans. I've been to New Orleans. It wasn't too bad.
I understand. I got family members that been all through there as well too, telling me, I don't know what I'm missing. I'll make it a point to miss
it. That's all right, so the judge has been getting threatened. So the next one's about
the judge needs to lock and load. She needs a detail around her, preferably the male members of her family.
Right.
What's up, fair man?
How you doing, man?
Just doing cool tonight, man. You know what I'm saying? Just tripping on all this, you know how the white media is, man, just with all the little flagrant little slights and shit they be talking about. But just piggybacking on what you said, yeah, that was a trip how they flipped on the black judge, you know what I mean? They doxed her address. And what really got him heated was she's a Republican. So then they went with, she's not a real Republican. She's a rhino. You know what I mean? And the other thing I'm surprised about, I'm surprised Elon Nazi ass ain't said too much shit on this tonight, because I stay on his bumper. You know what I mean?
Hold on, why don't you like gumbo? What's wrong with gumbo?
Brother, I tried it one time. That shit made me sick as hell.
You just had it prepared wrong, Shabaka. You got to have it prepared right. That shit is good. I've had gumbo several times.
But one thing, hold on, but let me say this here, out of all fairness to Louisiana. Some of the sweetest black women that I've had in my lifetime did have lineage to Louisiana.
Mm-hmm.
So I will say that, okay? But I can't take humidity. They say, I love the desert, man. You know what I'm saying? I can't take humidity just like when I got bullshitted going to Denver, Colorado last March, freezing my ass off.
You effed around and found out, Shabaka.
Yeah. Denver, Colorado, that time of the year is real cool. Get it?
Snowing right now, Shabaka.
Snowing right now, man. We at 65 degrees, although it's mostly cloudy. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, it's snowing outside my window right now.
Oh man, you guys are real cool there in Denver, man.
I'm nice and toasty in my apartment, but yeah. All right, let me get to
and some of the most sensual black women that I've ever had lineage to Louisiana. So with me, Louisiana is a paradox. A paradox is a contradiction that is true. But like I said, I traveled through it. I traveled to South, man. I heard that suffering, the Emmett Tills, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Same thing in the ATL, man. I've been through the ATL as well, too, man. I just felt the suffering of our ancestors down there. You know what I'm saying?
It's like 70, 80 degrees the other day here. He said that's crazy. It's down there 5 degrees in Atlanta right now.
Okay, what's the humidity in Atlanta, MD? Is it real humid down there? And it's 86 in Houston. Now Houston is
further south.
Was kind of like California. You know, the air was dry there, but then again, now hold on a second. I stand corrected on something. When I traveled through the great state of Texas, half the state of Texas that I went through was desert, and then the further east you get in Texas, the more and more you start seeing the foliage and the humidity.
No humidity right now. What? No humidity in Houston right now? That's crazy.
Okay. All right. So then probably what's happening, Brother Che, they're probably getting hit with the winds coming off the desert.
Yeah.
Which is dry.
Yeah, I think y'all expecting severe thunderstorms, man. 285. There's a big old front coming through. It just came through here.
Springtime.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All righty. Okay. But, you know, people, let's pray for the family.
Yeah, summer, y'all gonna have to deal with them hurricanes.
Yeah. Ooh, man. And if you really want some humidity, MD20, go to Chicago in the summer, man. Oh, God.
No, go to New Orleans.
I had to take
New Orleans.
I had to take 5 showers a day, man.
New Orleans in the summertime is the worst.
And can you imagine what our ancestors went through, man, down there?
Yeah.
You know?
Remember,
and one thing, man, and one thing that is a very, very, okay, but one thing, though, that is a very, very lovely sight is when a black woman is sweating, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, Shabaka. It's supposed to be busy in the Atlantic this hurricane season. Yep, it shows. Yeah, we know exactly what you mean, Shabaka. All right, let me finish this clip.
No.
But the main thing too that was a trip is you have one black right influencer and then one white influencer they really hot at, which is Anthony Brian Logan and Tim Pool. They really mad at Tim Pool because I would say he's like, even though he says he's libertarian, you could tell he's right leaning. And he basically was like, he was on our side. Like, okay, guys, this is self-defense. So where's the story? Like, and he gave this analogy just real quick. He said, it's just like if you invite me over your house, you know what I mean? And some guy there is drunk or whatever. And he's like, hey, bro, you know, you don't belong here or whatever. And you're like, look, man, I don't want no trouble, whatever. And he was like, and you reach for your firearm. You let him know, hey, dude, don't come near me. I'm telling you. So he basically was saying the same shit, like in so many words is, okay, if we gonna use the shit, how are you guys tripping that now it's being used by a black person? He was like, if it's equal, and they really didn't like that. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, man. You know what I'm saying? Like I say, I just stay on their bumper. And the last thing I say, I think that the family did one thing. You know, my family is from Shreveport, Louisiana. I got folks in Texas. And one thing that I like that they did was they switched out the black lawyer, and you'll see where I'm coming from. One thing my grandmother, and she's Southern, okay, from Louisiana, she used to always tell me, she said, when you go into that courtroom, especially in the South, you fight white on white. Number one, if you have a black lawyer, they're looking at that black lawyer vicariously at you. So it's almost like a double-edged sword. You going in there as a black defendant, they looking at the person that's talking to them as black. It don't matter how good they are. I'll be honest, even if Johnny Cochran was alive, hell no, I would not take him in no redneck court. So that's one good thing that I'm glad that the family did. And lastly, I'll close out. I'm pretty sure they do got security. I know you cool with brother Rizza Islam.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? It'd be good because this kind of almost reminds me. If I take you back,
Yeah, we
Tariq,
need
I think it
RZA.
was his name was Michael Bird in Jasper. And remember them white folks? That's the one that they drug. Remember back in the 90s, they drug them in the back of a pickup. And remember, they had the
Oh
brothers. I
yeah.
think it was the Black Panther Party had to go down there and keep them folks off our people. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
that's all I
Yeah,
had for tonight. Love
The
y'all,
brother
family.
they dragged
Be
from
one.
the
Much
back of the
respect,
pickup
brother.
truck. Yeah.
Yeah, family.
Yeah,
The
Mr.
judge,
Bird.
man, the Mayo
Yeah, I
militia, they
remember
were
that
mad at
case
the
very
black
well.
judge for lowering the bail, rightfully so. She did what was legal. This kid don't have a record, doesn't have a criminal record. She did what you're supposed to do. A person with a clean record, clean, everything is good about this kid, good family,
Because she could have
he
thrown
was
the case
working,
out.
an athlete, there was nothing to do. He got into a situation that was beyond his control, and he felt like he had to do what he had to do in an act of self-defense. So rightfully, she lowered the bail. So now the suspected white supremacists are mad at the black female judge. Say she exercised judicial power fairly. They're not used to seeing black persons, black woman, especially in a position of judicial authority, make an independent ruling that benefits a young black male. See,
They thought they was gonna have a Tammy the Mammy judge. Remember the Tammy the Mammy judge that was hugging and caressing the killer of Bolton John in the same
Oh yeah, that was sickening.
in the same city. So they thought they was gonna have another Tammy the Mammy judge, and no, this sister, she's standing on business, she's standing on code. So shout out to her.
That shatters that racial hierarchy they're used to. See, they expect black judges to be gatekeepers, not liberators.
Exactly.
See, historically, black people in the system, they're tolerated as long as they reinforce the status quo.
They play ball.
Like
So
Kamala
they think
Harris.
that this judge broke script.
Kamala Harris wasn't
Instead of punishing Karmelo, she applied the same legal logic that others receive. And they're like, wait a minute, you ain't supposed to be there now, damn it. We wanted you to be a mammy. We thought you were going to be like Candace Owens. And what is this?
Oh, God.
So, yeah, like I said, they're used to respecting the
question.
system only
I
when
got
it
a
works for
question
them.
on that there, Brother Che. Please pause that for a second.
Okay, what's your
Okay,
question?
has anybody, I'm yet to see Cartoon News Network, has anybody heard any comments recently by Laura Coates in regard to this case? Is because, as you know, Laura Coates is a lawyer and she was a prosecutor, and I'm just kind of interested in what Laura Coates will have said or would have said, because I haven't seen her on this subject yet.
I don't watch Caucasian Nazi Network, so I don't know if Shabaka.
Okay, all right, I can understand that. Hey, win, lose, what's going on with you?
Hey,
Okay.
but are you back from your trip in the good old state of Mississippi?
M-I, crooked letter, I, crooked letter, I, humpback, I. Where's that Mississippi?
Like the brother who called up, she's a Republican. See, they couldn't do the whole, all the libs, all the woke liberals. Oh, that's the thing that's really
he said he ain't back.
That's what's kicking them in the ass.
Living that sweet.
That black judge is a Republican. So it cuts different. It's hitting different.
Enjoy your time down there.
Because, see, they thought that they had a Candace
protect
Owens, a
yourself
black
at all
Republican.
times.
Yeah, we'll make you a judge. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, you'll toe the line for us, and we'll just hide behind you. Oh, see? You can't get mad that the black person went to jail, and, the judge is black, so you can't get mad. Oh, don't get mad. It's the judge.
Now that's the shit that they were looking for.
Now that conservative judge
that's the shit that they were looking for.
Has produced somewhat
she switched
of
it on
justice for a black kid accused of harming a white person. Oh, wait a minute now. Oh, I thought you were supposed to be a mammy.
Exactly.
Oh, no,
Exactly.
no.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
You're supposed to automatically side with whiteness over justice. How dare you? not be a mammy.
Yeah, like
that's what they're mad at her about.
They thought she was going to be another Tammy.
I want y'all to think about that.
Yeah.
They're mad at this judge for not being a mammy.
Yep.
They want all conservative Black women to be Candace Owens. That's
Mammy.
the
Right.
presumption that they're going to be a Candace Owens style mammy. This judge stood on justice business.
Yep.
Yeah. She stood on justice business. And the thing is, see, they can't weaponize her identity.
Yep.
See, they can't weaponize the identity. So that's what's making them furious. And they thought that the bail was going to be something symbolic, not real. They thought the bail was going to be so high that it wouldn't matter. So what happened was the judge set a reachable amount, and the community met that.
Yep.
So it's a fair ruling, and it mobilized the community. So that really hit. And this judge, she flipped that power script on him. She didn't act like a political pawn. She followed the law. She protected due process. She didn't let race politics pressure her or nothing.
In other words,
She
even
reclaimed
if she
the power
used
that
quote
they thought
unquote
they
rest
controlled.
politics, Mr. Shashi or Mr.
And
Nasheed,
then
I wouldn't have given a good
these other white
goddamn.
judges do all of this stuff. You know, they just quietly let them do their thing. They don't ever bring these judges up. We have to respect the judges. This judge did something they didn't like. They done doxed this woman. They're threatening her. They done put her crib all up on social media. They're acting a fool right now. They're attacking her for doing exactly what they claim to support: fairness, constitutionality, and justice.
Tariq, it's called hypocrisy.
The moment the ruling ain't in their favor,
Lies.
they turn into
Shadows.
damn vigilantes.
Bullshit. It's
You
called
feel me?
hypocrisy.
They start turning into damn militia vigilantes all of a sudden. And see, they fear a legal precedent. See, if more Black judges and legal officials start applying the law evenly, regardless of race, then the system would become less reliable as a tool of white dominance. See, that ruling is seen as a crack in the dam. They don't like it.
10 goddamn
White
years,
supremacy is
homie.
about dominance and control, not fairness.
Right.
Karmelo is being treated fair. It's not preferential.
Right.
He's not getting preferential treatment. He's getting treated fairly so far. And ooh, how dare you do that? They don't like anything equal. They don't like anything equal. When the playing field is equal, they don't like that.
Nope.
That's why they don't like
It ain't no fun when the rabbit
how we
got the
dominate
gun.
sports. Sports is equal. Once you get on that field, it's mano a mano. Everything is equal. The rules are right there up front. No behind the scenes rules. You got to abide by these rules. Now we're going to dominate. Now that the rules are set in stone and the rules are up front, we know what the rules are. We're going to dominate. You see?
Yeah.
So that's why sports is a problem.
Well,
So yeah, they don't
once
like anything
again,
equal. And with this
as we
judge,
stated before, this is
they
why
low-key
when it
see her
comes
as
to
a
major
traitor to white
sports, we
supremacy,
need
not
to
the law.
form our
She
own
did everything
leagues
she was
and
supposed to
own
do
our
legally. She
own
didn't do anything
team.
wrong. But that's
And
it's not
put
about
them
justice.
ponies in a
It's
barn.
about maintaining racial control.
On back to the
Her
playoffs.
decision wasn't
Y'all
seen
are
as
going
judicial. It
nowhere
was viewed as
as usual.
betrayal, like an unspoken agreement. You see, we let you be a judge. You know, we wanted you to be the mammy for us. We needed your Blackness to really. We wanted you to be Winsome Sears. We wanted you to be one of them.
Yeah, oh my God, you remember her?
And it didn't work
Oh,
that
yeah, I
way.
heard
Now
the
they're gonna
name.
cry foul.
That's the one that said that she thanked God for slavery, otherwise she'd be in
Oh,
Africa.
that brain dead ass broad, yeah. Good God Almighty. Otherwise, she'd be
Yeah,
in
let me get some
Africa
more people in here.
worshiping a
We got a
tree.
lot of folks. Let me
And the
get
tree is to
Miss
be worshipped.
Melanie in the building.
Right.
Let's get Melanie in the building. Melanie, hop on, dear.
Hey, Rob.
How you doing, Mel?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm good, dear. What's on your mind?
I just had two questions. Is this same judge going to go through the trial? And with the jury, a lot of the white supremacists is focused on the jury heavy. Will it be a DEI jury or is it going to be like appointed jury? Like you get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like how?
I don't know the details of who the jury pool is going to be and how they're going to do it, where they're
Oh,
going to
I
draw
know
them
who the
from.
jury
I'm not
pool
too
is
familiar
gonna
with
be.
that area there. Some people say
But the
I know who the
it's a
jury
pretty white
pool
area,
is
but I
gonna
don't know.
be, but I'm gonna tell you
white
exactly the game that they're gonna come to you with.
and all that in there.
Yes, they are. They are. They're going to be very, very focused. So, family, we hope there's not a bunch of white supremacists.
That's exactly what you're gonna
And
have
a
on
bunch
that
of
motherfucker.
tethers on that
Them too.
jury.
If you ain't a tether, a yassa boss, or ass
Family,
scratcher or
let's
clutch, you
hopefully
will
we don't
be
get a bunch of
excused from the
tethers.
fucking jury,
Because
and they
they'll try
do
to
not have to
diversify the
tell you
jury
why
and get
your
black
ass
folks
is
on the
excluded.
jury. But what black folks are you going to get? Come on, you got to be very, very specific. The lawyers out there,
Here's what I would like to see.
checks, check
If
their
I may,
lineage.
okay. Here's what I would like to see, y'all. I would like to see a clandestine operation. You know what I'm saying? Of some pro-black jurors going up there, ass scratching, yassa bossing, cooning, and then deliberate 10 minutes and let Mr. Anthony go. LA County is famous for that shit.
Either that or a mistrial, Shabaka. I would love to see a
Okay,
mistrial.
we say no. Okay, now, brother Chad, I know you're more educated in law than I am, but correct me if I'm wrong on this. What he needs, man, is an acquittal, not a mistrial. Because if it goes to a mistrial, then they could charge him again. So he needs an acquittal.
I would love to see an acquittal, Shabaka. I'd love to see him walk, but this ain't a perfect world.
Yeah. Well, true that.
So,
well, then I suggest what young man starts doing, man, since he's already. So what I suggest what a young man do while he's under house arrest, start getting on a training regimen and start taking up some boxing skills.
Right. Well, he's the captain of the football team, Shabaka.
Okay, so that means he's got weight. That means he's got weight on his size. Start hitting the fucking gym.
Right.
Just in case, you know what I'm saying? Just in case.
Don't just put what you think is just a black face up there. Somebody with peppercorn edges sitting up in their musty, and they're like, "Ooh, the Austin did not deserve it." It's gonna get one of them because we didn't have them tethers call up here.
Yep.
We didn't already had tethers. That nigga Karmelo is a killer. Nikki the God, hop on, dear.
Peace, Tariq. Peace, family.
Peace, Nikki.
Speaking of tethers, I feel like we have to be careful about his image because there will be a trial.
Yes.
I'm talking about Karmelo.
Yeah.
He has this man. Okay, Black Alpha spoke on this, but somebody just sent me some more information, and now I'm finding more things on this Dominique Alexander. He has a lot of domestic violence charges, a lot of battery charges.
I saw something where he shook a child or something.
Where a 2-year-old child.
Oh my God!
And I'm like, is this purposely being done? Where did this man come from?
Right.
I still got to check out his lineage, and why is he being why is he standing next to Karmelo? Why is he being sat next to Karmelo as this person that is protecting him? Is this being done on purpose?
Yeah.
So I just think that we have to do more to make sure that this man is separated from him if we can, because we have to make sure that he looks good in court.
Yes.
For whatever court date is coming up. And I'll land.
A very good point. Yeah, this guy, Dominique Alexander, there's this mysterious guy who's supposed to be an activist. I'm not going to denigrate the guy because I don't know him. I don't know too much about him. But this guy, I played some clips from my brother Black Alpha had found a video of him, and this guy was kind of using our language but trying to tie it in with immigration and all this other stuff. So he's some Democrat shill. I think he was clicked in with the Black Lives Matter organization back in the day, but this guy got a real shaky alleged criminal record. I saw some shit where he allegedly shook a child and went to jail for theft. This dude has a real sketchy background. and now he's being paraded around with Karmelo. So I don't know what that's about, but it's looking real sketchy. And we're really looking at this dude and trying to see what his background is.
That's the one I was speaking of.
Because this is another one of these dudes who nobody know, and nobody knows nothing about his background, and that's a red flag. Don't nobody in Texas know this dude. Okay? And we've seen this play before.
Yep.
Back a decade ago out there in Ferguson, when we went out there and we had these weird, mysterious activists popping up and the cameras following them around. Like, wait, who is that?
Right.
And nobody knows who they were.
Seen the same thing in 2020.
Like, I don't know him. I don't know him either. You know him? No, I don't know him. Nobody knew nothing about him. That's a red flag. We found out later they were tethers.
Mm-hmm.
You see? So we got to be very careful about who's going to be on these jury pools, ladies and gentlemen. We got to be very, very careful.
All right. So, what are your thoughts on the judge being threatened in the Karmelo Anthony case, Shabaka?
Okay, well, hopefully the judge is locked and loaded. Hopefully she has security. You see what I'm saying? And what I'm doing is that I'm reporting a comment that just came in to me already about the lynching, saying, Shabaka, you should be lynched along with Karmelo. And okay, and so Facebook is going to deny my request again. You know what I'm saying?
But you know where their community standards are white supremacy standards.
Well, that is precisely my point. You see? Yeah, that is precisely my point. You know what I'm saying?
We'll keep y'all updated on what's happening with the Karmelo Anthony case. We pray the brother gets an acquittal, but that would be just too much like right. So, worst case scenario will be a mid-trial or hung jury.
Yeah, well, hopefully, okay. He needs an acquittal because, as you know, hung jury, mistrial, then they can still bound him over. The judge, if it gets out of this judge's hand, they can revoke his bail and put him in there in them jails with a bunch of white supremacists to kill him.
They are got him on house arrest, and he's just, for all intents and purposes, just gag order, so he can't do nothing on social media. None of the witnesses can post anything on social media. So for all purposes, it's a gag order.
Okay, all righty. You would know more about that than I would. Okay, but like I said, hey, Mr. Mello, okay, now to be politically correct, okay, I'm only gonna, and this is the only inch that I'm gonna give up.
Mm-hmm.
Let the young man go through the judicial process, right? Mm-hmm. And make damn sure you don't have no white folks on that jury.
Especially white supremacists.
Yeah, exactly. So the best way to get rid of white supremacists on that jury is not to have no white folks on there at all. Look at the damn Karen.
Yeah.
See.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. It's going to be a bunch of Karens and a bunch of goddamn Kens on that goddamn jury.
Oh, yeah. Well, see, that's what they're going to try to do. So his attorney, you know, he's got his work cut out for him. And so I hope that brother is sharpening his skills on it. It's very important that this young man is acquitted.
Right. I agree.
And then for you white supremacists out there that's teaching your children that bullshit, let that be a lesson to you. Oh, and by the way, what was the white boy's name again?
Austin Metcalf.
Okay. Well, to the Metcalf family, I'm gonna say this to be politically correct. Okay, is sorry for your loss, but perhaps if you would have raised him better,
yeah,
he wouldn't have felt so empowered and emboldened by his white privilege.
That part, I agree, Shabaka. So, in other news, because I know we've already pressed for time, but I have some topics I wanted you to hear, Shabaka. before we close out. So the dump has dropped 246% tariff on China.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So the first thing they hitting the prices on your laptops, your cell phones.
Mm-hmm. And the designer bags.
Yeah, so they're trying to. So that's another method they're using, a clandestine method to shut down black media.
Mm.
And the cold part about it is, once again, where all the raw materials coming from?
Al-Kibalon.
Exactly.
And who has their hands all up in Al-Kibalon? China.
Sellout ass tethers over there. Chinese neo-colonialists. As I said, I want to be very clear on this. China is becoming a colonizer. China is now looking for their puppets to put on a string. And then I got an unconfirmed report that President Ibrahim Traore.
That next. Hold your
horse. Okay.
Get to him next. In the meantime, let's go over what Lisa has to say about these 245% tariffs on China.
Mm-hmm.
This whole thing is crazy. Donald Trump just put a 245% tariff on China. That is absolutely unsustainable.
Right.
The whole country is going to go broke paying these tariffs.
Exactly. That's what it's designed for.
And, not to mention, I have mentioned this before, I'm starting to see videos of people that have small businesses that are saying they got to go out of business. They're not going to be able to pay this extra money. And most of their goods and things they need come from China.
Damn.
Well, I guess somebody better tap Donald Trump on the shoulder and let him know.
Right.
China faces 245% Trump tariff. The White House said China is facing up to a 245% tariff on imports to the U.S. as a result of its retaliatory actions as the trade war between the world's two largest economies continue to heat up. The top potential tariff was referenced in a fact sheet published by the White House late on Tuesday. It's accompanied an executive order signed by President Donald Trump that launched an investigation into the national security risk posed by the U.S. reliance on imported, processed, critical minerals and other products. So the White House officials told Newsweek the calculation reflects the maximum potential rate some Chinese goods could face, climbing the reciprocal tariff, the fentanyl tariff, and existing Section 302 tariffs that go up to 100%. Electric vehicles, for example, have outstanding Section 301 tariffs of 100% dating back to the Biden administration, meaning these products could face a 245% rate in total. Wow. Why it matters? Well, the U.S.-Chinese trade war is rattling global markets. Yes, if you notice, I don't know if any of you were watching the markets crashed today. It went all in the red. So, which fear the economic fallout of its conflict, and Trump has launched against America's trading partners. Yes, Trump has literally turned all allies into enemies. That's what he has done. The only one he didn't do that to is Israel. But all other countries, he turned them into enemies. Cutting off China imports
All right, they're
complicates
negotiating
American
next week,
supply
Mac
chains,
25.
increasing costs and forcing businesses to source from elsewhere. Consumers also face higher prices. Trump's strategy is to use
Already.
tariffs to pull more manufacturing investment into the U.S. Those companies are not going to come back here, y'all. You know, they can
No, they're
get
not. They're getting the hell out of
everything
here.
done in China for a fraction of the cost that they would have to pay a U.S. worker. You know, for years, they always talk about manufacturing jobs coming back, and it never happens. It will never happen because they don't want to pay the kind of wages that American workers want. They're not going to pay
And
that.
China's buying up a lot of the
That's why
farmland
it's
too.
always talk, but no action.
And Bill
When it
Gates.
comes down to, you know, jobs coming back to America, it's all talk. And it never will be anything but
More
all
reason,
talk.
Black family, that we got to invest in ourselves.
So for
Build
many
more
Chinese
Black
exporters, all
businesses.
but losing the U.S.
Hire
market
your
is a
own.
severe blow.
Remember, you don't have to go by DEI no more.
Hold on, Shabaka. He's saying build more Black businesses. Lisa Cabrera just said that there's all kinds of small businesses that's closing down as a result of these tariffs. So how you gonna
I
build Black
understand.
business if you can't afford the materials?
Okay. Now, Brother Che. Now, this is why they got think tanks.
Yeah.
I'm confident in your generation, man, to find a way through this here. Because there's going to be a hole in their offense and capitalize off of it. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's because a big chunk of China's consumers are Americans. And losing that,
And what
trust
do I
me,
always
is going
say?
to devastate
Don't
their
buy
economy
the shit.
as well. So you're going to have the U.S. and China both having economies that are going to suffer from this trade war. So, you know, these Chinese businesses heavily depend on American customers.
And where's the main places where the Chinese businesses are, Black family?
They said they
Right,
know
right there in
it's
the
going to be a
hood.
severe blow, and they will have to grow in other markets to replace the loss, such as in the EU. China's export-reliant economy was already slowing down. The Trump administration, though, is cranking up the pressure on China and wants its trade partners to make a choice between Beijing and Washington.
Now,
They're
you
going
can
to
blame the
choose Beijing
Democrats for this one. Hey,
because
y'all, you remember
that's where
Clinton's North
everything is
American Free Trade
manufactured.
Agreement?
Everything is.
Yep. And that's when they started outsourcing all them jobs overseas too.
Right, that was the beginning right there. So like we said, these Democrats and reptilians are two sides of the same fucking coin.
Yep.
It's not manufactured here in the U.S. They're not going to choose the U.S. China Foreign Ministry spokesperson Lin Jian was asked about the 245% rate at a press briefing on Wednesday. He said, you can ask the U.S. side for the specific tax rate figures. Lin said, Chinese news network reported, China has repeatedly stated its solemn position on the tariff issue. This tariff war was initiated by the United States, and China's necessity countermeasures are to safeguard its legitimate rights and interests and international fairness and justice, which are completely reasonable and lawful. Yeah, well, you can't tell Donald Trump anything. So Trump is going to keep upping the tariffs. I mean, don't be shocked if it turns into 300%, y'all.
Oh my God.
It's going to turn into 300%.
No, honey. Try 400%.
Easy.
Oh my gosh.
And guess whose pocket that's coming out of?
The American public.
The American consumers.
We
It's
got to
already,
change our
everything
buying
is already
habits, Black
skyrocketing.
family.
They're not
We
going to
could
bring these
we could
prices
turn it
down, y'all.
around, Black
They're not.
family.
You're going to have to dig
We could
deeper in
turn
your
it
pocket if you want
around.
anything on this U.S. economy. And that's a fact. And so, yes, that's
I
going to
got a
impact
question.
everyone
It's almost done.
in this country. It doesn't matter. It's going to impact everyone. So, I mean, there are all kinds of countries retaliating on the U.S. And I noticed Donald Trump keeps saying all these countries want to come to the table. I don't believe that's true, y'all.
Right.
I don't believe that's true. I look at a lot of news and I look at a lot of the foreign news.
Yeah.
And I don't see a lot of countries lining up to sit down with Donald Trump at all. In fact, I see the exact opposite. It's not countries lining up at all. What they're saying is not true. Mm-mm. So, this thing is going to get ugly. And I don't know what to say other than this is going to hurt in a big way with the percentage that high because it's passed on to the consumer. And there are some people that barely
Don't
got their head
buy
above
the
water.
shit.
And unfortunately, you got a wealthy man running things, and he's not going to feel this. So he won't care about you. He's not going to care about how this is going to impact your life and
Now, all
how
you
much
niggas
this
for
is
Trump,
going
what do you
to
got to say about
devastate
this?
you on your monthly bills and your food and all the things you have
Frontline
to
Black
do.
News calling niggas
Yeah,
for Trump.
this is going to be devastating. For real. Y'all
Frontline
tell me
Black
what you
News
think
calling
about this
niggas for
video
Trump. Where you
because,
brain dead motherfuckers
you know,
They're gonna say this is great news, Shabaka. All right, what are your thoughts on Trump's 245% tariff? Oh, you had a question. Go ahead. What was your question, Shabaka?
you know what, man? Hold on. I think old age setting in me. It'll come back to me later, man. But this here Black family. Yeah, the North American Free Trade Agreement that the Clinton administration put in set the prelude for this shit. Now, keep in mind, Black family, let's turn back the hands of history. When Clinton was the president and when Donald Trump was up there with the Trump Taj Mahal there in New Jersey, what did Donald Trump say? Donald Trump said that he was ever to run for president, he would run as a Republican because these are some of the most dumbest and stupidest motherfuckers that there was ever created.
And at that time, he was
I'm just paraphrasing.
And at that time, he was a registered Democrat.
Yeah. You see what I mean? You
know,
fuck voting. See, that's why I tore up my voter registration card. You see what I'm saying? I don't have the time to waste no more because both these motherfuckers, including you too, Barack Osambo, okay, are two sides of the same coin. Motherfucker, you talked about there and where them buckets is at, Jesse. Change that we could believe in.
Hope and change. I was there, Shabaka. Hope and change.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I think I was there in Denver too, because I think I got there a couple of days there before he was scheduled to speak, and they had fucked up all the downtown Denver with the traffic.
Yep.
Change that we could believe in. Okay. First thing it says, no reparations. Okay. That's why my avatar is what it is. Okay.
And then
built the goddamn country. We built the goddamn country.
Remember Glitch and Mitch?
And then you got
our reparations. Remember when old Glitch and Mitch McConnell said that old Sambo was our reparations?
Yeah, exactly. You see, so now that's an insult to our intelligence. Now, here's the difference between a wise man and a goddamn fool. I know the word is intelligence. You see what I'm saying? Okay. And then, like what General said, he said the other night about this crazy ass motherfucker who's sitting around there with dead bodies and this shit. Yeah. And then what?
He used the life insurance money to assassinate the dump.
Yeah, and then you saw what's going on with young man down there with Governor Rolaids. Great state tax.
And what is
you see
Jasmine
what I'm saying?
Said on this? Has Jasmine Crockett shit said anything about this case? This is in her district, if I'm not mistaken, or close to her district. Has she said anything?
Okay, all right. Okay, well, it will be nice to hear what she has to say on this. She's probably sitting back, rope-a-doping. Probably going to make some statements in the next few days. You know what I'm saying? I give her a couple of weeks. You see, you know, and then two is that this is all bad. Now Trump is deporting black people. You know what I'm saying?
He's not deporting.
Now.
If he's supporting black people, they're immigrants, Shabaka, and they stayed past their
Okay, whoa, hold on. Brother Che. We're talking about the dump now. We're talking about a creature who has no type of morality whatsoever. So what's them to prevent them, ICE now, I'm talking about ICE, from kicking in your door, kicking in my door, taking us in there, you know, you get up there and say, I'm Black American, I'm FBA. Shut the fuck up. And you got to be processed. Next thing you know, they got your ass there on an airplane, on a boat. And what did Trump say when that airplane landed? And what was that, Venezuela? And the people said, well, you got some Americans on there, Trump. And Trump said, I don't give a fuck where you take the motherfuckers. They ain't landing that some bitch back here.
Yeah.
That kind of shit. I mean, fuck shit like that. You know what I mean?
Shabaka, they were immigrants. We're not immigrants. That's the difference. And we have.
But hold on, Brother Che. But Brother Che, do we honestly believe with our intelligence, and I know the word is intelligence, believe that anything what this orange bastard says?
I just don't believe the hype that the Democrats is running with. That's the Democrats.
Okay. Whoa. Now, hold on, Brother Che. Now, I respect that reasoning because both the Democrats and the reptilians are two sides of the same fucking coin.
Right. So the Democrats are trying to scare us by saying that we're getting deported. We're not being deported. We already debunked that, Shabaka. That's already been debunked.
Okay.
They're not deported.
Brother Che, let's be reasonable now. You and I both know this. What does prevent you or I from walking down the streets one night, you know what I'm saying? Then here come ICE. And they know damn well, man, we ain't supposed to be deported. But you motherfuckers are black identity extremists.
That doesn't mean that
you see where I'm going?
I see where you're going with it with the terrorist shit. But that's not the same thing, Shabaka. They're deporting people that are actually immigrants. And not deporting
Okay, but Brother Che.
Immigrants.
Okay, hold on. Okay, now hold on, Brother Che. Not cutting your wisdom. Hold on now. Just think about this. Okay, we're supposed to have a fair and speedy trial, right?
Yes.
Okay. What the fuck is to say? Hey, Mac 285. Okay, but Brother Che, what the fuck happened so common that Kamala Harris did?
Kamala Harris ain't even up.
Just leave the motherfucker sitting in there. Lead them to arrogant black bastard ass Negroes sitting in there. They got lost in the paperwork.
She was the top cop of California, Shabaka. We already know her history.
I know, Brother Che. I know. Now, Mac 285 said, okay, all right, he's standing on his square. I respect that, okay?
But to answer your question, Shabaka, ID, a driver's license, a social security card, and a birth certificate. That's what's keeping us deported. Because they ain't got nowhere to deport us because we're not immigrants. Immigrants can be deported. You're not immigrants.
But brother Che, these kangaroo courts, as well as you know, could fabricate all kind of shit.
That's all hypotheticals, though. The reality is.
But brother Che, is it a possibility? Is what I'm saying, homie.
If you're an immigrant, it's a possibility. They deport black immigrants at a higher rate than any other immigrant group in this country. So yeah, if you're on a visa, if you are on a work permit, yes, they can deport your ass at a moment's notice.
Okay, brother Jay, I'm just putting it out there. You know, I'm just putting it out there. Look what they did to Gaddafi.
Well, that was Osambo, Shabaka.
I know. But you got this ass scratcher down there in Texas. Oh, I don't see color. We're all the same. Our people need to get up over it. And like I said, when I hear a motherfucker, but hold on, brother Che. But when I hear a motherfucker talk like that brain dead nigga did, hey man, go to Los Angeles. Just jaywalk. Fucking run a red light. Better yet, have an accident.
Shabaka, I got a
and by the way, there was a video of a chase scene last night in Los Angeles, man. You know, they had about 2,500 LAPD cars. Dude didn't make it out alive, man. They dumped on him. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
What was the race to the dude? Did you see what he was?
Not yet. You know, not yet, because the kangaroo courts of LA County and shit like that, they gotta smudge and fudge the paperwork. You know what I mean?
All right, Shabaka. So I'm gonna move us along because we've been on for almost 3.5 hours. So the next topic is pertaining to the Mama Land, as you call it, Shabaka, the Mama Land, Africa, I'll keep it on. And Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger have launched the $833 million Confederal Bank outside of the IMF.
3 African nations just built their bank, without the IMF, without France, and without asking anyone. No loans, no permission, no headlines. Just silence, a new financial weapon, and an unbelievable amount of money on the table. But what exactly did they build? And why is the West so afraid to talk about it? Let's find out. In a quiet announcement that slipped past most global headlines, something historic just unfolded in West Africa. On paper, it looked like a simple regional initiative. 3 landlocked countries coming together to launch a new financial institution. But dig just a little deeper, and you realize this wasn't business as usual. This was a breakaway, the kind that rattles old systems to their core. Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger, nations often reduced to statistics about poverty, coups, and insurgency, have just done something bold. They launched a regional bank of their own. It's called the Confederal Bank for Investment and Development. But don't let the bureaucratic name fool you. This isn't some harmless administrative body. This is a revolt written in currency. A bank with one mission: to fund the future without Western money, oversight, or interference. It opened with 500 billion CFA francs in starting capital, roughly 820 to 833 million, a serious chunk of cash by any standard, but especially for countries that, up until recently, were told they couldn't fund anything without foreign help. Now that money isn't coming from Paris, Washington, or Brussels. It's coming from within their economies, within their reserves, within their regional networks. It's African money, meant for African development. What makes this bank so disruptive isn't just that it exists, it's where it exists and why. These are not the economic powerhouses of Africa. These are Sahel countries, nations locked in geopolitical turbulence, abandoned by global partners, and punished by sanctions. And yet, despite the chaos, they've managed to do something that experts said was impossible. They're taking control of their economic destiny, not by protesting in international forums, but by quietly building the tools of sovereignty. There was no flashy ribbon-cutting ceremony, no gala with foreign dignitaries. The launch wasn't staged to impress investors. It wasn't about optics, it was about intent. The kind of intent that tells you something bigger is underway. These countries aren't waiting for help anymore. They're declaring they don't need it, and they're doing it through action, not speeches. The Confederal Bank will operate across 3 countries that, until recently, were part of the Francophone West African economic system, tethered to the French-backed CFA currency and deeply entangled in institutions like ECOWAS and the West African Economic and Monetary Union. But since 2023, these same countries have pulled out of ECOWAS, kicked out French troops, and started realigning their alliances. So when they say they've built a bank, it's not just a bank, it's a final step in their exit strategy, a move that signals they're not coming back. And here's where the story gets even more unsettling. Not for them, but for everyone watching. This wasn't just a response to isolation. It was a calculated escalation. After being sanctioned, politically frozen out, and economically squeezed, these nations did something that's rarely done in international politics. They stopped reacting and started building. They didn't retaliate with threats or diplomatic outrage. They responded by creating something tangible, something that makes them less vulnerable, more independent, and harder to control. To understand the magnitude of what's happening, you have to look at what this bank replaces. For decades, development in the region has been filtered through institutions like the World Bank and the African Development Bank and donor-backed projects managed by NGOs and foreign contractors. The fine print of these partnerships often meant surrendering control, reshaping policy, and accepting oversight from those holding the purse strings. The Confederal Bank flips that script. It puts the money and the decision-making back into local hands. And this isn't a symbolic gesture. It's built to fund real projects, infrastructure, agriculture, industrial development, sectors the IMF is always too slow to support and too quick to politicize. With this bank, there's no need to prove your creditworthiness to a Western economist who's never set foot in a Sahel village. No need to meet growth targets shaped in foreign boardrooms. The only requirement is that the project serves the region, not foreign investors. The West's silence on this move speaks volumes. There's no outrage, no media blitz, no expert panels asking how this will affect the region's stability. It's almost as if pretending it didn't happen is the only strategy left. Because acknowledging this bank means acknowledging something far more dangerous than a financial transaction. It means acknowledging that Africa is capable of creating its own systems, that 3 coup countries can actually organize, cooperate, and lead. And so the Confederal Bank enters the scene not with fanfare, but with quiet defiance. It's not flashy, it's not headline hungry, but it's built to last, and more importantly, built to grow. Now the question is, why did they take this step? Here's a reminder to please like and share the video and subscribe to our channel to watch more videos on Black culture, history, civilization, and identity. Let's continue now. To understand why Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger built this bank, you have to look beyond numbers. This wasn't born from ambition. It was born from exhaustion. After decades of waiting, of complying, of adjusting to the expectations of development partners, something finally snapped. Not in protest, not in rage, but in clarity. These nations didn't just wake up one morning and decide to build a bank. They reached a conclusion many others haven't dared to voice. The game is rigged, and always has been. For years, the people of the Sahel were told that salvation would come from outside. Every new government was expected to prove its loyalty to international lenders, chase reform packages, and shake hands with smiling diplomats who controlled the flow of aid. It became a pattern, a humiliating, exhausting ritual. Leaders came and went, but the rules stayed the same. Obey, borrow, and pretend it's help. And what did they get in return? Airports that never opened, roads that led nowhere, projects that started with ribbon cuttings and ended in silence. The illusion of progress was good enough for the headlines, but never enough for the people. The truth, which Western governments and global banks rarely admit, is that much of this aid was designed to sustain dependency, not eliminate it. In exchange for loans, they gave up their policy space. In exchange for support, They handed over contracts to foreign corporations. In the name of partnerships, they watched their sovereignty shrink. Every time they asked for investment in agriculture, they were told to wait. Every time they proposed local industry, they were told it was too risky. But every time a multinational company wanted access to their gold, their cotton, or their uranium, suddenly the money flowed. That's not mismanagement. That's a system working exactly as it was designed. And these countries, they've had enough. This is why the decision to build their bank wasn't just strategic, it was emotional. It was about reclaiming the dignity that years of financial dependency had eroded. It was about sending a message. We're not asking anymore.
They've been listening to us, Shabaka. Somebody been listening. You've been saying this for as long as I've known you. You've been saying this.
Okay, but hold on, too, Brother Che. Now, so far what we're seeing here is all good, okay? Now, I'm not reversing myself, but why did they allow Coca-Cola to come in there? Dan, 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 dan. Yeah, say, I would like to hear it.
I don't know.
Dan, 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 dan. Dan, 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 dan. But why did he allow Coca-Cola to come in there?
I don't know, Shabaka.
I'm just asking a question, Mac 285, can you give us some feedback on that, homie?
I mean,
why did he allow Coca-Cola to come in there?
I don't know, Shabaka. I don't know.
Okay. So we still got to peel back the onion on this one, people. But so far, what I'm seeing so far on this right here, of what I've seen so far in this presentation, I love it. You know, but why is Coca-Cola there?
I don't know, Shabaka. But I kind of figured you would love this when I seen it. I was like, oh, Shabaka would love this.
Oh yeah. And then
they're not
also
rejecting
too, you remember what Muammar Gaddafi did? You know what I'm saying?
That's what it reminded me of, Shabaka. When I see it,
you saw what happened to Gaddafi, and who was the one that gave the order? You know it. Sambo. And that motherfucker was talking about change that we could believe in. There where them bucket muckets play at.
The Nuggets, goddammit. And we'll see y'all after we beat the Slippers.
Man, y'all can have the Slippers, man. Them is the damn sparring partners of the whole fucking NBA. The Slippers are made to slip. In Los Angeles, we love our L.A. Curves.
Oh, Lord, the Fakers. Who are y'all playing? Are y'all playing Houston or Oklahoma City?
It's either or, but I pull it up because there's a family member of mine who follows basketball religiously, so I'll text them, you know what I'm saying? And later for them buckets, and then we got 4 more months to go before preseason.
And what does that mean? Y'all not doing nothing. Y'all don't even have a quarterback. Have you even got a quarterback yet?
Well, reading the local newspapers here, they rebuilding to put them ponies back in a barn with them GMO oats.
Ain't no GMO. It's all natural. That's why the best of the best. Ain't no. It's all organic. Ain't no GMO. Now,
Mile High ponies.
Fedora, he dropped. He's not even going to participate in the draft. So you're not going to get him as your quarterback, Shabaka. So you're going to have to figure out something else.
Well, we Pirates. Shit, go raid some shit. Go whoop a motherfucker ass in high school. Motherfucker, you get ready to go into the NFL.
Development. They're rejecting the model of development that made them dependent in the first place. But there's another layer to this rebellion, one that goes deeper than economics. When these 3 countries formed the Alliance of Sahel States AES in 2023, the world dismissed it as a defensive pact, something to keep themselves afloat after being suspended from ECOWAS. But the AES wasn't born from desperation. It was born from alignment, a political, cultural, and ideological alignment that says Africa can no longer afford to be polite about its suffering. That's what unites Traoré, Goïta, and Chiani. They don't just govern countries, they command narratives. Narratives that refuse to be filtered through Western think tanks or donor-funded media outlets. They've made it clear. Their revolutions aren't just military, they're psychological. They're about making their people believe that waiting is over, that the era of always looking outward is finished. This bank, then, isn't a financial institution in the Western sense. It's more like a counter-narrative machine. It rewires what it means to be developed. Instead of proving its worth to foreign investors, these leaders are choosing to prove it to their people. Instead of tweaking GDP for a credit rating upgrade, they're building systems that make daily life function without begging. But make no mistake, this wasn't just about internal frustration. There was a trigger. When France pulled out its troops, when sanctions were slapped on them, when aid was frozen as punishment for rejecting democratic norms, that's when the mask fell.
Shabaka, you're going to be around for at least another 30 years, so stuff the madness.
Up there gumming grits, man, knowing that which way is up. Oh, hell no.
That's when these nations realized that friendship with the West was conditional, that the moment they stopped obeying, the help stopped coming. And at that moment, a question emerged that changed everything. If they can cut us off this easily, were we ever truly sovereign? That's when the idea of the bank took root, not as a side project, but as a line in the sand. And unlike so many post-colonial promises that faded with time, this one stuck. Because it wasn't built on ideology, it was built on memory. The memory of how their economies were looted, their currencies controlled, and their futures mortgaged out through smiling diplomats and technical experts. They're not paranoid, they're remembering. So yes, they built a bank, but really, they built a wall between their future and the people who used to control it. And now, from the outside, that wall looks like a threat, because it is, not to peace, not to develop, but to the entire system that made sure these nations never had the tools to dream without permission. They built that bank because they're done dreaming under someone else's ceiling. But what will this bank actually do? So they built it. Not just as a rejection of the past, but as a blueprint for the future. But this isn't a vanity project. This isn't a monument to revolution. The Confederal Bank for Investment and Development is designed to move money, materials, machines, and minds. It's not here to impress anyone. It's here to fix the things no one else would. For years, the West talked about infrastructure investment. Yet the roads between these three countries remain dust paths and potholes. The World Bank would announce multi-million-dollar railway programs, but the only thing that moved was the consultants and their reports. Now the Confederal Bank is stepping in where promises failed. Its first order of business, rewiring the region's bones. We're talking rail lines that connect Niger's uranium hubs to Mali's factories, and onward to Burkina Faso's distribution centers. Not to Europe, not to ports for export, but to each other. Because that's the difference. This isn't about exporting raw materials for foreign profit. It's about building internal networks that serve local industry and labor. For decades, the only routes that worked were those that led resources out of Africa. The Confederal Bank's mission is to flip the flow, to link farmers to processors, miners to refiners, and products to markets within the region. It's the logistics of liberation, but this transformation won't ride on steel alone. The next battleground is energy. In a region back...
They lost the fair and square, Shabaka, and they was compensated for it. After the Mexican-American War. Mexico.
Oh, well, there's a plaque, like I said, Brother Che, because I know you've been in L.A. Go over there, man, by the North Hollywood Metro Rail Station, which is over there, taking you over there, and the Hollywood by Warner Brothers, Universal Studios, and what have you. And they do got a plaque marking a spot where they signed the treaty to end the Mexican-American War of 1847. And then, as you know, California became its own republic for only 1 year. That's why you see the bear flag. And then guess what happened up there, man, in 1848? Them golden hills. And then what had happened was when I look at that rap video, man, by Will Smith, man, and Drew Hill, talking about the Wild Wild West. Yeah, same. So I would like to put some lyrics in there saying El Dorado County, the Barbary Coast. You know what I'm saying? Gold, gold, gold. You know. And then of course our man, who was that there? Cool Mo D, man, where he's riding on a horseback in the snow.
Yeah, that was
talking
good.
about Wild Wild West. Yeah. And keep in mind, Black family in the Wild Wild West out there in San Francisco and up there in Reno. There was that brother Jack Johnson who was putting white boys in their place. Jack Johnson used to love to speed in his car in Golden Gate Park, and he'd tell the white police, you might as well give me 2 motherfucking tickets because I'm going to speed here, I'm speed now, and I'm going to be speeding on the way back.
Yep, he loved the race, he loved the speed, and they give him a $500 ticket, and he'd tell him, you might as well make it 1,000 because I'm speeding on the way back.
Exactly. You know, yeah, like Ali said about Jack Johnson, that nigga was bad. That nigga was bold. That nigga didn't have no FOI Black Panthers around him. That nigga was crazy. But I love the way he beat the shit out the Great White Hope on July 4th, 1910. Similar to Great State, Texas. And the Alamo, down there good in the bud.
San Antonio. Down in the San Antonio. They got a
and one thing to the great state of Texas, although I don't dig Ted Cruz, but one thing I dug about Ted Cruz, after he filibustered about Disneyland, which I thought was very comical, is when that motherfucker popped him a Corona on mainstream news and told everybody to kiss his ass. That was beautiful.
All right, let me continue the video, Shabaka, about this great news about Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger launching their own bank.
Battered by blackouts and controlled by imported fuel prices, the Confederal Bank is backing a different future: decentralized, renewable, and locally maintained energy grids. The plan? Massive investment in solar farms, especially in zones where sunshine is abundant and energy poverty is deepest. These aren't foreign-built mega projects that require IMF supervision. These are community-powered microgrids, financed by people who live in the region. Because when the lights stay on, schools stay open. Clinics run refrigerators. Local businesses stop depending on diesel.
I know Ted Cruz
and just like that,
That's why he told everybody to kiss his ass.
But energy is only one link in the chain. Food is the other. The Confederal Bank is preparing a major push into agriculture and food processing, not through foreign agribusinesses, but
he's near
through local cooperatives, village-owned enterprises, and national distribution hubs. The goal is radical in its simplicity: grow what they eat and eat what they grow. For too long, these countries have relied on imported rice, wheat, and processed goods, even when their soil could grow more than enough. Why? Because the aid system discouraged investment in food self-sufficiency. It was always cheaper to import, not because the land was unproductive, but because foreign food came with subsidies while local farmers were left with machetes and droughts. The Confederal Bank is flipping that formula. It's giving farmers access to equipment, irrigation, storage, and processing, the entire chain. So they no longer sell tomatoes for pennies and buy tomato paste in cans from Europe. This isn't charity. This is agricultural sovereignty, and it's being built one crop, one tool, and one village at a time. And then there's the skies. Yes, even the air has been colonized. For decades, regional travel in West Africa has been dominated by foreign airlines. It's a cruel joke. To fly from one African country to another, you often have to pass through Europe. That changes now. The Confederal Bank is laying the groundwork for a regional airline, one that connects Bamako to Niamey to Ouagadougou directly, without layovers, without visa barriers, and without price gouging from legacy carriers. The plan is to create an air corridor that facilitates trade, education, and tourism within the region, something no foreign investor ever found profitable, but which is essential to regional integration. But it goes deeper, because integration isn't just about movement, it's about trust. And money has never trusted African borders. That's why the bank is developing its interoperable payment systems, digital platforms that allow businesses and individuals to send money, receive payments, and
Look at
conduct
all them
cross-border
she-devils they
transactions
got
without
over
using
there.
euros or dollars. No more relying on the
Yeah.
CFA system backed by France.
especially the
No more high fees for simply wiring funds from Mali to Niger. The
Mac
Confederal Bank is
285,
clearing
man,
the
you got to
path for
go to
real trade,
Oakland, brother, where
unchained
they
from
have a
colonial
large
currency
portion
regimes.
of them
And let's be
Ethiopian
clear, this bank isn't run by
Eritrean
ideals.
sisters,
It's run
man.
by
They are
strategists. Every loan, every
hypnotically
project, and every
beautiful,
investment
sir.
will be done with risk management,
Hypnotically
long-term return,
beautiful.
and national priorities in mind. They've watched the debt traps. They've read the small print. And they've learned that free money usually comes with invisible handcuffs. That's why they're setting the terms this time. No, they don't have billions. Not yet. But what they do have is intent.
Oh, you have?
Sharp,
Oh, okay.
coordinated, and self-funded. Every dollar
Okay,
invested
Mac
is aimed at
285.
solving the kind of problems
Okay.
no foreign partner ever prioritized. Because when your hands are on the wheel, you drive toward different destinations. This is not about catching up to the West. It's about building what the West never intended to give them.
It's time to start
You could
wearing
look at the
kufis
Confederal
again,
Bank and see
y'all.
numbers, capital reserves, project budgets, financial statements.
You said you
But
left
that's only
because
if
of the
you're thinking
crown.
like an economist. Look again, and you'll realize it's not built like a bank at all. It's built like a fork, a network, a spine. Because behind the paperwork and loan programs
I heard
lies a
about
much bolder
Johannesburg
ambition.
and Cape
Unification.
Town.
Not just for money, but for purpose, of politics, of policy, of
They allow you to
people.
open
This isn't
carry
just
over
about
there.
development. It's
They
about
allow
locking
you to
three
open carry
nations
over there,
into a
bust a
shared
couple of
destiny
caps
that
in
no
their
outsider can divide again. For
Yeah.
decades, the
Every
story of
motherfucker
Africa has
got
been
a
disunity,
universal fear of lead
manufactured
poisoning, if
disunity.
you know what I'm
The
talking about.
borders, the languages, the currencies, and even the time zones were drawn and decided to ensure one thing: fragmentation. Countries that share rivers don't share railroads. Nations that speak the same tongue trade in foreign ones. Neighbors who should build together often find themselves bound to different donors, obeying different creditors, and answering to different priorities. That wasn't a mistake. That was a design. One that kept West African
Well,
nations
I've been knowing
dependent,
that for the
not
last
only on
40
foreign
fucking
capital,
years.
but also on each other's weakness. The Confederal Bank is blowing a hole through that wall. By tying their economies together through
Look how
real
close it
investment,
is to Libya,
not treaties,
y'all.
not talk shops. Burkina
See how close it was
Faso,
to
Mali,
Libya?
and Niger are welding their futures to one another. Not through a handshake, but through concrete fiber optic cables, joint ventures, and sovereign digital systems.
Wow.
This bank doesn't just lend to countries, it lends to a bloc. And that matters. Because once you align your development plans, your
Now,
energy
soon
grids,
that
your
currency
transport
there ain't
systems,
gonna be
and your
enough
food
to
networks,
worth
you are
enough to
no
wipe
longer
your ass
three
with.
vulnerable states. You are one coordinated entity. That's the core logic of the Alliance of Sahel States, AES, and the Confederal Bank is its financial engine. It is what turns statements into infrastructure, what turns vision into
This is what the hell we've been talking about right here. We said we can't have no goddamn Pan-Africanism until they practice it on the damn continent. So these three nations are
Okay, hold on, brother Che, you're right about that. Now let's look at this map here. We got Burkina Faso, we got Niger. Oh, the ancient empire of Mali. Oh, I'm sure Mansa Musa would be proud. Yeah, Mali.
Now, will the rest of the Western African states follow suit, Shabaka? Like,
Okay, but that's just it though, brother Che. You gotta spoon feed this information, man, because what we on right here, you can literally OD a motherfucker on this shit, man. You know what I mean? I mean, hell, this shit might be so powerful. You saw the crazy motherfucker, man, that General City had talked about, man, with his real crazy ass looking ass. Then the other motherfucker want to go blow up the goddamn governor's house. Crazy looking Yakub, this form, Pinky in the Brain looking motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Oh, my.
What is board?
Well, brother Che, I hope when you get my age group, brother, it'll come to fruition.
What's bordering Maui? Senegal.
Okay, Senegal. Wait a minute. Okay, Senegal. Okay. All right, that's Libya up there north of Mali and Niger. And that there, folks, if I got my history right, that there, or that land there was perhaps about one half of the Songhai Empire.
Yeah. The Songhai Empire stretched from the Ethiopian Ocean, this is what the Atlantic was called initially, all the way to Egypt, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, and due north and then covered all of that area there of the Sahara.
Yep.
And
So,
then the fuck boys, and then keep in mind, people, when the barbarian came down there, you see, and they called him a great motherfucker. This son of a bitch was a fuck boy. Yeah. And you're going to be on that road, man, for quite a while back at that time. So he didn't take no women with him. He took little boys. But what did Mansa Musa say? When he was getting intelligence reports out of the field, he goes to the queen of the Songhai Empire, honey, you got to get your lovely, big, beautiful ass off your throne, and you're going to have to come out there with me. Yeah. What did Mansa Musa say? Mansa Musa said, if I'm going to die, I'd much rather die with you by my side than allow this motherfucker to be overran. See, they don't like colored folk talking like this here. And remember, Black family, to quote the words of Sidney Poitier in that movie In the Heat of the Night where he slapped a white man, which was beautiful. What did he say? You got two types of time in jail. You got colored time and you got white time. And the worst type of time to do is colored time. So, Kamali Mammy motherfucking supporters, you all need to write that broad and let her know that and tell her, is she going to cook green? Don't do it in the bathtub.
You mean clean greens, Shabaka. You don't cook greens in no bathtub. You don't cook anything in the damn bathtub. But
no, every time all my life, man, I saw the greens being prepared to be right there in the kitchen sink. The greens are thawing out. Then the peoples cut the onions in there to put in there with the greens. Then, of course, a little sprinkle of this, a sprinkle of that. Greens is right. Now it's time to fry the greens, not fry them, but boil the greens, let them simmer. Right. And then you got you some real good eating right there, and it's healthy for you, too.
Yeah, it is. It really is. So my question is Chad going to follow suit?
I sincerely hope so.
What is this right here? I want to say that's not Togo. Benin going to follow
suit? No, Togo's on the West Coast. I wonder if that's Rwanda.
Ghana. No, Rwanda's further south. No, that's the Togo, Ivory Coast, and Benin. And,
where a lot of our folk came from, and according to Lerone Bennett, and then of course, as well, as Lerone Bennett had said, for them motherfuckers who quote unquote sold our people into slavery, they got knocked in the head and captured too.
Is the Central African Republic going to follow suit? Is Senegal going to follow suit? Is Guinea-Conakry going to follow suit? Is Sierra Leone going to follow suit?
Going to follow suit, which would be important because a lot of our people came from Sierra Leone, okay? And then two, what about Algeria?
Algeria is right here, Shabaka. Yeah, is Algeria going to follow suit? Wait, actually, this is Algeria. This is Libya. Algeria, Mauritania, Western Sahara, and Morocco.
Right. And what they could do is after they get their weight up, that they could start taking and building solar panels out there in that Sahara Desert. And then guess what? Now, this may sound crazy.
It's beginning, finally, man.
Okay.
Finally.
Okay. Now, this here sound really crazy as they build up them solar. If they pull up them solar panels right there and make that motherfucker light up, guess who's gonna be going down there on their hands and knees and whatnot? Guess who? The descendants of the dump. Okay, wouldn't that be great news? Wouldn't that be great news?
Bowing down like they did. Edie, I mean,
nobody fool Big Daddy. They say I have VD. I'm very dangerous.
Yep. This is potent information. That's right, Max 45. And college
Kamala grade, damn. Where you getting these memes at, Mac 285? That shit look funny in the motherfucker. But
he's using the emojis. He's using the emojis.
Oh, okay. And then, and then, for all you bed wenches out there,
oh Lord,
why you spreading your legs, getting all kind of diseases right there? Say, then help our health care there. And we need to talk to our sister, Dr. Parks, again on that day too, Brother Jay.
Yeah, we got to talk about that and the measles.
Oh yeah, most definitely. Yeah, most definitely.
All right,
so I'll reach out.
Okay. It's 5 minutes left of this video. And then,
all right, then I'm gonna have to call it a day on it, man, to save data. Because what's this here? 4 hours we've been up here.
Well, the next one is about the raw materials of Uganda, Shabaka. No more.
Dada. Nobody fool Big Daddy.
So let's finish this one up and then get to the Uganda one, and then we'll wrap it up.
Yeah.
Into roads. What turns unity from an idea into something that lives on spreadsheets, on shipping manifests, and in the daily trade between communities that used to be strangers. In fact, if you really want to understand the weight of this moment, forget the bank for a second. Look at what it's replacing. In the past, regional integration meant ECOWAS. On paper, it looked like a strong West African bloc. In practice, it was paralyzed, dominated by larger economies like Nigeria, aligned with Western policies, and built around a colonial currency still pegged to the euro. For years, smaller countries had to beg ECOWAS for flexibility, and were given bureaucracy in return. But when the military governments of the Sahel started making decisions the West didn't like, removing foreign troops, rejecting unfair contracts, calling out hypocrisy, ECOWAS didn't act like a brotherhood. It acted like a policeman. Suspensions, sanctions, closed borders, isolation. So when the Sahel broke off and created the AES, they weren't walking away from unity. They were redefining it. They weren't rejecting integration. They were building it on new terms. And now, Sahel broke off and created the AES. They weren't walking away from unity.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Burkina Faso, Bamako, the Ivory Coast, Bouake, Ghana, Togo.
I named all these countries.
Abuja, Guinea. Okay, a lot of our people were kidnapped in this region right here along the coast.
Well, that's the Slave Coast, the Gold Coast. Yeah.
Yeah. And then here's something for you too, Brother Che. You're gonna love this here. Many, many years ago when I was younger than you, right? I'm looking at a map of Africa, and this is in Los Angeles, okay? And I see this river that says Rio de Oro, right? Yeah. So, I asked one of the Spanish-speaking people, I says, hey, man, can you interpret what does Rio de Oro mean? He said, river of gold.
Oh, the gold river.
I said, man, you bullshit. He said, no. He says, that's what it means. He said, Rio is river, de is of, the DE means of.
Yeah.
Oro is gold.
Yep.
Rivers of gold, man.
Yep. River of gold.
Rivers of fucking gold?
Yep.
My.
They were redefining it. They weren't rejecting integration. They were building it on new terms.
Right
and
there.
Now, with the Confederal Bank at its core, the AES isn't just a political alliance.
Yep.
It's a working machine. One with a budget, a currency strategy, and shared economic laws already in the pipeline. They're drafting customs agreements. They're developing joint procurement programs. They're proposing a common market for key goods and services, all backed, coordinated, and executed through the bank. And here's where it gets even more powerful, because unity isn't just a strategy. It's also a shield. Individually, these countries were vulnerable to coup, to sanctions, to economic sabotage. But united, they are much harder to pressure, much harder to isolate. No more single points of failure. No more exploiting one nation's weakness to
But we're always talking about Is African unity possible when Africans are divided on tribal grounds? Africans, one, politically educated, can begin to carry themselves as diverse nations with different languages, cultures, not tribes, but cannot coexist under one flag and sing one national anthem.
Okay.
Stabilize the
Now,
others.
what was
When
the white
Burkina Faso
man's
was cut off
greatest
from aid,
asset that
Mali
he
stepped in.
used?
When Niger
He
faced
did it
sanctions,
here
its AES
on the
partners
continent of
offered
North
alternative
America
trade
too.
routes. And now,
Divide and conquer.
There was already divisions existing before.
with a regional bank, they don't have to explain themselves to hostile lenders. They don't have to restructure their economies every time a Western agency shifts its criteria for governance. They've created a closed loop, not one of secrecy, but of self-determination. And the bank is the entry point. If you want access to opportunities, to funding,
please try to
to
share
markets
this here
inside
far
this
and
block,
wide, man.
you
I'm
follow
doing a
the
research
rules
experiment,
set by
man.
the AES, not Washington, not Paris, not Brussels. It's a reversal of roles. For the first time, African nations are laying down the framework, and others must decide whether to join on their terms. That's not just a policy change. That's a change in posture. This is what makes the Confederal Bank more than a financial institution. It's a political instrument, a new kind of tool in Africa's hands, not for reaction, but for assertion, for designing reality, not just responding to it. And it's already sparking questions far beyond the Sahel. What happens when Guinea asks to join the AES?
Now they can just get rid of
When
those
Chad
damn
seeks
proxy
funding from the
wars in
Confederal
that
Bank?
motherfucker.
When the AU watches a small alliance do what it couldn't in decades? This isn't a local experiment anymore. It's a continental prototype. And it's working. Do you think that now anyone can stop African nations from getting true independence?
No one but Africa.
Let us know in the comments section. Do you still believe in the myth that Africa needs help? Do you want to watch more videos like this one? If so, subscribe to our channel and press the bell icon.
Black news, man. Break us off some bread, homie. We'll be happy to share your material. Just break us off some bread, man. Hell, Frontline Black News needs some damn ECOWAS too. It's called money.
Right. All right. Shabaka, what's your thoughts on what's happening with the Western African states, Burkina Faso, Niger, and Mali, creating their own bank, the Confederal Bank?
Hey, I think Gaddafi, Thomas Sankara, Idi Amin Dada, Big Daddy. Oh, they'll be so proud. And you Yassa bosses, your Uncle Tim Scott, and all you brain dead old Sambo ass motherfuckers right there. What do y'all got to say about this shit? There's no argument with undisputed truth. And if you brain dead motherfuckers get up there and say something wrong with that, then you are truly brain dead. Oh, right. This is better than when the donkeys, not donkeys, respect the brother Paris. I don't say donkeys. That's why I say them ponies. This is better news than when the ponies lose.
This is better news than when the Gators lose. Oh, that's all the time. This is better news than when the Fakers lose.
Yeah. See, and guess what, y'all? Guess what? See, if we could do trade with them and get access to that gold, fellas, guess what we could do? We could start our own fucking professional sports leagues. Hell, I don't know a black person yet that does not like the human drama of athletic competition.
Right.
And we contribute so much to it. Now we can start controlling it. And then too, your former owner of the Washington Redskins, you bigoted ass, sorry, stankin' ass cave beast, nasty ass cave dwelling motherfucker. Well, if you niggas don't like it for them, you own goddamn teams. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This is good shit. Good shit.
Shabaka. In the spirit of Idi Amin Dada, no one fool Big Daddy. Uganda said, over my dead body, no more free raw
materials from Uganda. You goddamn right.
So some people wanted us to export iron ore or tare, we call it in our language, iron ore. I said over my dead body.
That wasn't just a statement. It was a declaration of war against a system that's been robbing Africa blind. But how far is he ready to go? Let's find out. In the quiet back rooms of global business, deals are made every day, often without the knowledge or consent of the people most affected. But this time, the deal didn't slip through. Not in Uganda, not under President Yoweri Museveni. It started like they all do. A group of foreign investors dressed in tailored suits flew in with smiles, handshakes, and a proposal that, on the surface, looked like a golden opportunity. They wanted Uganda's iron ore, untouched, raw, and shipped straight to their industrial hubs abroad. They came not just to negotiate, but to assume it was already theirs. After all, that's how it's always been done, for decades. But this time, they met a different kind of African leader. Museveni didn't just decline the offer. He declared a full-blown ban on the export of all unprocessed minerals, starting with iron. That moment wasn't about one deal. It was about rewriting the rules of engagement between Africa and the world.
Some people wanted us to export. We have got very good iron ore here. The best in the world, high grade, 70% pure.
Iron ore, yeah.
It's the best. There's only the one of Peru is near.
Yeah, Peru is close.
About 50%, but ours is much higher. So some people wanted us to export iron ore or tare, we call it in our language, to India. And one of our districts, where some people who are here, whom I see come from, had already made a deal with India that we sell our iron ore to them as iron ore. I said over my dead body.
That's right.
I have banned all the export of unprocessed minerals from here.
Yeah.
Let them stay in the ground. When the grandchildren come, they will get them out. So,
but Mr. President, please make
a
it
ton
environmental
of iron ore
friendly.
at that time they would give us $47. Then they go, because it is very high quality, a ton of iron ore gives you 700 kilograms of steel, almost 1 to 1.
Wow.
Now, from a ton of steel, that time they were getting $900. So the sleepy Africans here, the French have a good word, dormir beaucoup, that we are sleeping too much. The sleepy Africans would get $47. A clever outsider would get $900 from almost the same amount of. Later on, when the price had come down a bit of steel, it was about 600, 700. I don't know where it is now. But it's much more than what we would be getting. So I said, no way. Let the iron ore stay in the ground.
To understand how bold this is, you have to understand what iron ore means to Uganda.
Let us know.
Beneath Ugandan soil lies millions of metric tons of high-grade iron ore, resources that could transform a nation's destiny. But historically, that kind of wealth hasn't benefited African countries. It's been dug out, shipped away, and turned into fortunes somewhere else. Not this time. Museveni saw the trap from a mile away. The world doesn't ask Africa what it needs. It tells Africa what to do with its land. And when it comes to minerals, the formula is always the same. Extract, export, repeat. Uganda was never supposed to move beyond that role. Museveni's response shattered that expectation. But this isn't just economics. It's about power. When a nation exports raw materials and imports the finished product, it remains stuck in a cycle of dependence. It can never rise above survival mode because it never controls the tools of production. Museveni understood that Uganda didn't just risk losing profit, it risked losing its future. And this wasn't a snap decision. For years, Uganda has been quietly investing in infrastructure to support industrialization, building energy capacity through hydroelectric dams, developing transportation links, and training a new generation of engineers and technicians. Museveni knew that with these foundations in place, Uganda didn't need to beg for investment. It needed to protect its capacity to grow. By banning the export of raw iron, he wasn't shutting the door on trade. He was opening the door to domestic transformation. Here's a reminder to please like and share the video and subscribe to our channel to watch more videos on Black culture, history, civilization, and identity. Let's continue now. Here's the hidden genius of the move. Banning raw exports forces foreign companies to come to Uganda with real partnerships. If they want access to the iron, they must set up smelters, factories, and production facilities in Uganda. They must hire Ugandan workers, train Ugandan engineers, and leave behind real value, not just empty mines and broken promises. This strategy flips the global value chain. Instead of being the start of someone else's profit, Uganda becomes the engine of its prosperity. But let's be clear, this kind of resistance comes at a cost. The backlash was immediate. Phone calls, pressure from diplomats, quiet threats from economic alliances. Museveni didn't flinch. He has seen what happens when leaders bow to that pressure. He has seen how quickly dreams of development vanish when the IMF or World Bank steps in with a rescue package attached to the fine print. Uganda's decision is not just about minerals. It's about mental liberation. For generations, African leaders have been conditioned to believe that raw exports equal progress, that if you dig more, ship more, and sell more, prosperity will eventually come. Museveni's stance destroys that myth. He's not alone in this thinking, but he's one of the few willing to say it aloud and act on it. That's what makes this moment historic. Because the truth is, iron isn't just a resource, it's a symbol. It built empires, it forged weapons, it powered revolutions. And now, in Uganda, it's becoming the boundary line between economic servitude and self-determination. Museveni drew that line not with diplomacy, but with clarity. If you want our iron, help us build our future with it. If you won't, then leave it in the ground. This is not about isolation. It's about elevation. The kind of elevation that requires bravery, not just in policy, but in principle. And once one African country draws that line, others begin to notice. Museveni's defiance over Uganda's iron wasn't born in a vacuum. It's the latest spark in a fire that has smoldered for over a century. To understand why his words hit like a thunderclap, you have to follow the trail of Africa's raw materials, across oceans, through factories, and into the heart of Western wealth. This isn't about one mineral or one country. This is about a system, a global operating manual that was written not by accident, but by design. And it all begins with one brutal truth. Africa was never meant to rise, at least not by the rules the West created. From the moment European ships first docked on African coasts, the mission was clear. Extract, export, exploit. They came for slaves, then for rubber, then for ivory, gold, diamonds, oil, and uranium. And every time, the script was the same. Dig it up, ship it out, and process it elsewhere. The only thing left behind? Poverty, pollution, and people told to be patient. Museveni isn't just banning the export of iron. He's putting that system on trial. Let's look at what the West did with what they took. Cotton from Sudan ended up in British textile mills. Gold from South Africa filled European vaults and funded imperial armies. Coffee from Ethiopia and Uganda became the luxury morning fuel of executives in New York and Paris. Copper from the DRC powered American telegraphs and, later, global communication. But the wealth didn't stop in shipping containers. It compounded. Profits from raw materials built industrial revolutions. That infrastructure created banks, universities, railways, and technologies that put Europe and America decades ahead. Meanwhile, African countries were left begging for loans to fix roads leading to the very mines they never owned. And the insult doesn't end with money. It seeps into the way the West still talks to Africa. They tell us we're developing nations, as if we were born behind, as if the centuries of looting were just unfortunate accidents in history, as if the empires weren't built on the backs of African resources and labor. Museveni's refusal to continue exporting raw materials is
All
a
this
rebellion
here,
not
he's
just
proving
against
my
economic
point here,
theft,
Brother
but
Jay.
against historical gaslighting. Because here's
It's
what
great
most of the
news.
world refuses to
Great
admit.
news.
Africa didn't
Great
fail.
news.
Africa was sabotaged.
Great
Every
news.
railway the colonizers built led
Yeah, it
straight to a
was.
mine or a port, not a school,
Starting with
not a
goddamn
hospital.
sellouts and
Every
yassa
law written was
bosses.
designed to ease extraction, not empowerment. And every independence deal came with a catch, a clause, a contract, a bribe, or a bullet.
And the
That's the system
X-Man told us
Museveni is
this
trying
here,
to break.
people, 60 years
Because he knows
ago.
the cost of playing nice. Take Liberia's rubber plantations, still dominated by Western corporations. Or Ghana's cocoa,
Liberia.
whose farmers are paid pennies while
House
Europe's
nigga
chocolate
nation.
industry rakes in billions. Or Niger,
Yeah,
where
the
French
house
companies
nigga
continue
nation.
to mine uranium, even while most Nigerians live in darkness without electricity. These are not stories of trade. These are stories of economic occupation. Museveni is one of the few leaders saying the quiet part out loud. The West did not get rich through innovation alone. It got rich through extraction, through the forced, cheap, or manipulated acquisition of African resources. And worse, it never gave Africa the tools to process its wealth.
I was meeting an American delegation just now, and I was telling them that please, the new government of Mr. Trump, be clear on this point. When you export and process coffee, as we have been doing all this time, you get about $2.5 a kilo. The price is now a bit higher, but normally it was around $2.5 a kilo of very good coffee. What they call screen 18, the one with good seeds. When somebody goes and makes coffee, powdered coffee out of that, he may get as much as $40. Now, according to the present value of business in the world of coffee, the present value is $460 billion. The value of coffee business in the world. How much are the coffee exporting countries getting out of that? Only $25 billion. 460 billion. But all the coffee growing countries of the world, all of them, Brazil, Colombia, Vietnam, Uganda, Africa, you get $25 billion. Our wonderful Africa, out of that, gets $2.5 billion.
Wow.
And 1.6 billion of that is coming to Uganda now. But this is because of the high coffee prices. Normally Uganda gets about 900 million out of the 2.5 billion.
Wow.
So now, if you take a raw material like cotton, so in other words, in every kilogram of coffee, Africa is donating about more than $20 to the rest of the world.
This is why Museveni's iron ban matters. It's not just about iron. It's about refusing to be the first step in someone else's value chain. Because the minute Africa begins processing its raw materials, gold into jewelry, cocoa into chocolate, lithium into batteries, the entire global economic structure begins to shift. The West's dominance becomes less about what they can take and more about what they can offer.
Now, what
That
does Stinky
terrifies
Bird
them.
got to say about
It's
this?
why deals are always cloaked in development aid and
What
capacity
does Little
building,
Stink got to say
code
about
words for
this?
dependency. It's why African countries are often discouraged from building refineries and factories, and instead push toward exporting what they're good at, which always seems to be what benefits the West most. Museveni knows this script. He's seen leaders smile for photo ops while their countries bleed behind the scenes. He's seen Africa celebrated as the future by foreign investors who still want it to act like the past. But what makes Museveni different is that he's not begging for recognition. He's not waiting for the West to approve of Uganda's path. He's writing new rules and daring others to follow. Because once Africa keeps its gold, processes its iron, and owns its oil, the narrative changes. The continent moves from being a resource pit to a value hub, from being looted to being respected. Museveni's message is loud, simple, and unapologetic. Africa has paid enough. Now it's time to profit. And if that means upsetting the old order, so be it. Because that old order never served Africa anyway. Museveni's battle isn't just about minerals, it's about people. And more specifically, it's about the millions of young Africans waking up every day with hope in their hearts and nothing in their hands. Because every time a shipment of raw material leaves an African port, it's not just wealth that's disappearing, it's jobs, skills, opportunities, and a future. This is the part nobody talks about. You see, when Africa exports unprocessed iron, gold, copper, coffee, or oil, the raw material may be physical, but what's being stripped away is invisible. Industrial jobs, technical training, engineering know-how, design experience, production lines, these are the things that build a middle class. And without them, you get what too many African nations have today. A sea of young people fighting over scraps in the informal economy with degrees in their hands and despair in their eyes. Museveni knows that. He's been watching the numbers for decades, and they're terrifying. Uganda's population is booming. Over 70% of the population is under the age of 30. Every year, hundreds of thousands of young Ugandans enter the labor market. But the formal economy doesn't have space for them. Why? Because the country doesn't process its resources. That means factories aren't built, industrial parks are empty. The value chain ends before it even begins. But here's the part that burns. While Ugandan youth struggle to find work, foreign workers in faraway countries are employed processing Ugandan materials. The iron that was mined in Uganda is melted in Asia. The gold is refined in Switzerland. The coffee is roasted in Italy. Every stage of that process adds jobs, just not here. This is not just an economic flaw. It's a moral crime. It's a betrayal of the next generation. Museveni isn't just banning raw exports because he wants more profit. He's banning them because he wants more jobs. Real jobs that don't require people to leave their families, their countries, or their identities just to survive. Let's take a simple example. A steel plant. If Uganda exports raw iron, that's maybe a few hundred jobs in mining and transportation. But if Uganda refines and processes the iron itself, you unlock thousands of jobs. Technicians, machine operators, engineers, welders, builders, logistics workers, maintenance crews, accountants, marketers. And that's just one factory. Now multiply that across multiple sectors. Imagine the coffee sector processing its beans from start to finish, not exporting them green. Or the gold sector building jewelry and electronic components right on Ugandan soil. Suddenly, you're not just talking about employment, you're talking about industrialization. You're talking about nation building.
If you take textiles, cotton has got like 6 job levels. You grow the cotton, that's some job. When you harvest the cotton, you gin it, you remove the seeds. That's another level of jobs, the ginneries. Now, much of the African cotton has been ending there. They export what they call lint cotton. Cotton without seeds, after removing the seeds. Then somebody else goes and does the spinning. Spinning is another level of jobs. Then the weaving, that's another level of jobs. Then the printing of colors, that's another level of jobs. Then the tailoring now to make garments, that's another level of jobs. Of course, there are other values in cotton which Africans were not bothered with. Gunpowder is from cotton. People don't know that. That's why the Chinese were taking a lot of cotton.
Yeah.
Because part of the cotton is what you use to make nitrocellulose, which makes the gunpowder. So that's another bottleneck. They're relying on raw materials, exporting. You are donating money and donating jobs.
That's what Museveni sees, and that's what terrifies the global powers. Because when African nations stop exporting jobs, they start creating competition. And when Africa competes, it wins. But for that to happen, leaders must have the courage to say no to foreign companies, to short-term temptations, and even to old habits. Because the truth is, this raw material export addiction is a form of national self-harm. It's a slow bleed that no one notices until the patient collapses. Museveni's ban is the tourniquet. And let's be honest, this won't be easy. Some investors will walk away. Some deals will fall through. But that's fine, because jobs should not be outsourced for convenience. They are the oxygen of a nation. Without jobs, you don't have peace. You don't have dignity. You don't have a purpose. And you certainly don't have progress. This is not about rejecting trade. It's about demanding fair trade. A trade that doesn't steal our raw resources and leave us jobless in return. Museveni is for a trade that builds factories, communities. He's flipping the narrative. In the old story, African countries are supposed to be the suppliers of raw potential. In the new story, they're the architects of their futures. And it starts with employment. So Uganda isn't just keeping its minerals, it's reclaiming its future, one job at a time. Do you think Africa is changing all at once? What do you think about this decision? Let us know in the comments section. Should we get ready for propaganda against Museveni too after the decisions he is making? Do you want to watch more videos like—
Thank you for that. All right, Shabaka, we're gonna wrap this up.
You gotta wrap it up. Okay, that's great news. That's great news. That's great news. Great news. Great news. Now, Brother Che, you all will see this in your lifetime. I won't, because it's gonna take them a minute to do it. You see what I'm saying? And what I mean by a minute, for them to become, the power. Okay, it's gonna take a man. I hope I'm wrong. It's gonna take a minimum, man, of at least 20 years.
Okay.
Okay.
By 2045.
Yeah, by 2050. You know what I'm saying? If I ain't dead or old and senile and shit like that, that can make a turnaround, and it could save this fucking planet. Because dumpsters and stinky bird motherfuckers would be gone.
Yeah.
See? Damn. I feel kind of bad, man, because I won't see it as a young man, you know?
Yeah. You'll see it in your twilight years, Shabaka.
Yeah. Okay, so what we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to end the stream here.
Yeah, so thank y'all for tuning in to Season 10, Episode 21, Grand Rising with Shabaka and the Chase, in conjunction with the Frontline Black News. Join us tomorrow for a brand new episode of the Frontline Black News, Season 5, Episode 4, Part 1. In the meantime, make sure y'all like and subscribe to all of our platforms, Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook, The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook, and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter, now X. So peace, love, reparations and separations of Black empowerment. Terry and Krumah and Shabaka signing off from the Sin City, and myself signing off from the Mile High Income City. We'll see y'all tomorrow for Frontline Black News.
And later for them buckets, man.
Go Nuggets. Later for them Lakers or Fakers. They ain't going nowhere.
Can't wait till the championship round start in basketball, man. You know what I'm saying?
Well, hopefully we'll see each other there, Shabaka. Peace.
Yeah. All right. Okay, so I'm pushing the end stream button.
Yeah, end it.
Okay.